Alrighty. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to another Swish stream with Steven. I am Steven, and my team I play for is Swish Gaming. If you enjoy the content you see today, give us a follow on YouTube at Swish Gaming, website swishgaming.com, Twitter The Swish Gaming, Facebook Swish Gaming, and Twitch The Swish Gaming. Okay, so here we are again. We're going to start kind of testing some competitive decks these next few days because a good friend of mine, Matt Ayers, is qualified for the Historic Arena Open this weekend, and he kind of wants to see some good, clean, meta historic decks. So that's kind of what we're going to go through today. No more Yorion nonsense, no red-white prowess nonsense, which is probably what I was going to do today had I not done this. But we're gonna test out some of the best decks and see what is the best, what feels the best, what is the most interesting, things like that. So this morning I went on to MTG Melee and found some lists from the Japanese Red Bull event that I believe is still currently going on, and I found about 5 decks that we're gonna kind of take through the ladder today and tomorrow. The first one we're going to test out is one that Matt specifically asked me to play. It is the green-white Coco Humans deck. And so that is what we're going to start with. It's pretty much what you would expect. It's a bunch of good white aggressive creatures. Some of these creatures you'll recognize from the standard decks we were testing the last few weeks. But we'll kind of just go through, and obviously in this format we've got some pretty big upgrades to our aggressive creatures. So at 1-drops we've got Dauntless Bodyguard. We're playing 2 copies of this. It's a good 2-mana, it's a good 1-mana 2/1, and when it enters the battlefield you can choose another target creature you control. You can sacrifice Dauntless Bodyguard to give the chosen creature indestructible. That'll come up sometimes, but a lot of times this is just going to be a good 1-mana 2/1. Either way though, solid card. Huge upgrade in this format that we don't have in standard. This card's pretty good. Honestly, in every format it's legal in. This card is pretty strong. Esper Sentinel. It is a 1 white for a 1/1 human soldier. Whenever an opponent casts their first non-creature spell each turn, draw a card unless that player pays X, where X is Esper Sentinel's power. There are 2 key things here. The first one is that it is first non-creature spell each turn, so you can only draw 1 card for Esper Sentinel per turn. And it can happen on each half of turns, but usually opponents are not going to like cast a spell on your turn and their turn and let you draw 2 cards. It's probably never going to happen. Very rare, but it could happen. And then the next thing that's really important to remember about this card is the X that your opponent has to pay is equal to the power of the Esper Sentinel. So we'll run into situations where we put counters on Esper Sentinel with Luminarch Aspirant, and then our opponent has to pay a 2-mana tax to draw cards. Obviously, the synergy with Esper Sentinel and Thalia, Guardian of Thraben, is really big, because if your opponent has to pay 1 extra mana to pay through Thalia and has to pay a mana to not let you draw a card, typically you're going to be drawing cards off Esper Sentinel, which is very good. And then we've also got, obviously, synergy with one of the best humans in the deck, Thalia's Lieutenant, because when this card enters the battlefield, it puts a +1/+1 counter on each other human you control. So we've got a lot of ways to buff Esper Sentinel's power, so it should be a pretty annoying threat for our opponents. We've got 1 copy of Giant Killer. The 1-of may look kind of weird, but the reason it's a 1-of is because we have 3 copies of Ranger Captain of Eos, which allows us to tutor a 1-drop. So this is really just for the tutor package. What's up, Matt? Then we got 4 copies of Thraben Inspector. This is one of my favorite cards of all time. It's an insanely good aggressive 1-drop. It's really just a great 1-drop, man. I mean, this card is just everything you could really want in a 1-drop. It's a 1-mana 1/2. When it enters the battlefield, you investigate. And then it's a human, so in this deck, it's going to grow, it's going to trigger and grow lieutenants, and it also just gives you a card in the bank for whenever you have extra mana to pop a clue to gain a card. Just a really solid aggressive card. We saw this card make just a huge impact in Standard, largely because it could crew Smuggler's Copter, but I mean, Thraben Inspector is just a really, really strong card, and it's going to do good work in this deck. I already talked a little bit about Luminarch Aspirant, and we've been seeing this one in Standard. If you want more information on what this does, you can check out the deck list on Card Horde Live, stuff like that. I'm not going to go into huge detail here. Thalia, Guardian of Thraben. This one's about to be in Standard too, which is kind of cool. It's a 2-mana, 2/1 first strike, and all non-creature spells cost 1 more to cast. Then we got 4 Thalia's Lieutenant. I already kind of talked about what this one does. When it enters, put a +1/+1 counter on each other human you control, and then when other humans enter, this gets a +1/+1 counter. 2 copies of Brutal Cathar. This one, I mean, is making a lot of waves in Standard, so I won't be surprised when it ends up being pretty good here. And it's also pretty good in a Collected Company deck because you'll play this card on turn 3 when it's day, and then on turn 4, you'll play your 4th land, and you'll pass the turn to hold up Collected Company, and then it will become night. And then after the Collected Company turn, because you're such a low-to-the-ground deck, you should be able to double spell and flip it back to day and eat another creature, because this card eats things every time it turns to day, and then once this is removed, your opponent gets everything that's under it back. But the nice thing is there are a lot of tokens and things you can eat, so really this card is going to be really good value for us and do some good work. Now we got 4 copies of Elite Spellbinder. Again, if you watched us play Standard, you're aware of what this does. If you've been playing really any Standard or Historic, you probably are aware of what this card does. But 3-mana, 3/1 flyer, when it enters, look at your opponent's hand, exile a non-land card out of it, and then it's 2 more to cast. Adeline, another good addition to this deck from the new set. It's a star 4 Vigilance. Power is equal to the number of creatures you control. Whenever you attack for each opponent, create a 1/1, tapped and attacking. Kind of reminiscent of like Brimaz or Hero of Bladehold, things like that. We've already talked about Ranger Captain of Eos. When it enters, you go get a 1-drop, and then it's got a pretty cool clause. You can sack it, and your opponents can't cast non-creature spells this turn, so there will be spots where if you expect you're going to get Angered or Day of Judgment it or whatever, you sack this off so your opponent can't do that to you, and that's kind of nice. And then the whole reason we're playing green, I think it's obviously the only green card in the main deck. I think we have 1 green card in the sideboard, but this is the reason to be green right here. We're essentially a mono-white aggro deck, just playing Collected Company because it's great. And for those that don't know what Collected Company does, 1 green, 3 colorless, look at the top 6 cards of your library, put up to 2 creature cards from among them with CMC 3 or less onto the battlefield, put the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. In case you haven't noticed, every single creature in our deck is CMC 3 or less, so Coco will be able to hit all of these things. Should be pretty sweet. I'm excited to try it out. Then we've got just a good, clean green-white mana base. 23 lands, a couple man lands in Cave of the Frost Dragon, then some duels and basic plains. Nothing too exciting there. Let's check out the sideboard. Over here, we have got 1 copy of Giant Killer. It's just an additional copy of Giant Killer for the matchups where Ranger Captain of Eos will want to maybe get 2 of these. It's a good answer to like big green idiots. 2 copies of Rest in Peace. Very good hate card right now against all the Darcy decks. Dragon Rage Channeler. Excuse me. 1 copy of Dramoka's Command. This is a pretty good combat trick. It also it does a lot of good stuff. So choose to prevent all damage. Target instant or sorcery spell would deal this turn. So a good counter to red removal. Target player sacrifice an enchantment, so it'll be sweet against like the Enchantress decks running around. But there will be other enchantments that we might want to blow up too. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, so it can just grow our stuff. And last but not least, target creature you control fights target creature you don't control. So a lot of times this card will be put a counter on our guy, fight and kill. Be pretty good in mirror matches, but it'll also obviously be pretty good against red decks. So it's going to have a lot of good utility out of the board here. 2 copies of Gideon Blackblade. It's a good 3-mana planeswalker. As long as it's your turn, Gideon Blackblade is a 4/4 human soldier creature with indestructible that is still a planeswalker. Prevent all damage that would be dealt to him during your turn. +1, up to 1 other target creature you control gains your choice of Vigilance, Lifelink, or Indestructible until end of turn. And -6, exile a permanent. This is just a really good, clean planeswalker. Will be very good against control decks. It's always been pretty good against control decks because typically control decks' plans against you are to sweep the board, so this card's going to cause them some issues. Then we've got 4 copies of Skyclave Apparition, so clearly in the mirror match or matchups where we want to hit those early CMC plays, we got 4 of this to hit those. So should be pretty good. We got 2 more copies of Brutal Cathar. So this player clearly really wanted to hit problematic threats. This is going to be a really good package to bring in the mirror. Just a bunch of 3-drops that are going to eat things. And then last but not least, we have 3 Yasharn Implaceable Earth. Will be very good against the Sacrifice decks in particular. Okay, that being said, that is our little deck tech here. Why don't we move on to some gameplay? Green-white humans. Off we go with the green-white humans. Can we smush our opponents with the white creatures? That's what we're going for. Certainly not going to have the long, grindy games that we had yesterday with Yorion, that's for sure. We had some wild matches yesterday. All right, we won the die roll. That's a good start. We have a Thraben Inspector. That's also a good start. Our mana's a little awkward, but our hand is very good. I'm keeping this. I'm really curious to see if this deck was as absurd on the other side. Yeah. I mean, it's doing pretty well in the Red Bull event, so... It's a very good deck. Especially, obviously, when it draws well. Alright, this is a pretty good draw. Do I value... Okay, so what do I value more? Do I want to... I guess I just want to start getting counters. I'm just going to put a counter on Thraben Inspector here. This is going to be another white mana in case I draw another white 1-drop next turn. 1 green source is all this deck needs in game 1, so... We're probably... I guess we're probably playing against Niv with this lead, but we'll see what happens. We will see what happens. Dragon Skull Summit. Could just be playing against some Mardu deck too. Alright, well, paid off for playing that on white, but I'm just going to put a counter on Thraben Inspector. I mean, here we go. They're going to have to kill this Thraben Inspector. Now, fortunately, this is a 3/4, so the 3 more mana sweepers in this format are not going to kill this. So I'm just going to deploy more Thrabens. And then obviously play my land, which enters tapped. Got all the clues in the world. All the clues. Uh-oh. Well, that's kind of gross. That is kind of gross. So what, are we just getting Mizzix's Mastery here probably? I assume we are. Maybe not, though. Maybe we'll be lucky. Mizzix's Mastery, the Opus, won't be completely unbeatable, but it's going to be really bad. Alright, well, they didn't Mizzix's Mastery me, so what I'm going to do this turn is put another counter on a Thraben, and then I'm going to play this and sack this immediately so my opponent cannot cast a Mastery or a Day of Judgment next turn. We would prefer that to not occur. And I'm probably just going to get the 4th copy of Thraben Inspector. Could get an Esper Sentinel. There's some argument for that. But... Okay, that enters tapped. Let's go to combat, please. Excuse me. And like I said... Now, what's kind of interesting is I could actually put the counter here. But... Because that would mean that even if my opponent somehow resolves a Mastery or a Magma Opus later, then this still gets through, but I think I'd rather diversify my threats here. Take 7. Play this. Set a stop on their upkeep. stop on their upkeep. So we can Ranger Captain them. So I am not trying to get Mizzix's Masteried at all. Or Wrath of Godded. What is going on? Prismari Command. Kill my guy, loot. It's kind of an interesting play because my opponent has now kind of baited me into not wanting to sack this. I'm still going to sack this. Like, I'm not getting Mizzix's Masteried here. We're one short of lethal next turn, but my Coco could hit a Lieutenant or another Aspirant, which would all be lethal. So, we actually have decisions now about the 1-drop, though. The 1-drop's, like, kind of interesting. Giant Killer can kill the 4/4 if my opponent does resolve an Opus, which is kind of interesting. Obviously, more card draw is sweet, too. I think I'm going to take the Giant Killer so I can kill a 4/4, as weird as that is, because my opponent's about to go to 1. I don't have to main phase this. Main phasing this is a little awkward because if they have a sweeper, I could lose. So I think I'm going to take this. Make sure there's a stop on my opponent's upkeep, and I'm just sacking this off. No spells for you, please. No spells for you, please. Okay. I'm going to loot or make a treasure. Treasure. Okay. Alright. Yeah. Draw. Sure. Alright, opponent has 1 mana. We could go for this. I mean, if we hit Athalia's Lieutenant, we win the game. If we miss, though, I'm very concerned that we will just lose to a sweeper. So this is fairly close. I think I'd rather just attack for 5 and pass. Oh man, I don't know. It's very close because hitting Spellbinder could be like really legit too. We have a few iterations that could just win the game for us. We have 48 cards. If we hit a Lieutenant, we win. Because of Spellbinder, I might just go for this. Yeah, I'm going to go for this. All right, we win. Perfect. Let's take a peek at their hand. Hopefully they let this resolve. Yep, they did have the Mastery. Really, they're playing Epiphany too, huh? Okay. Kill you. Alright, that was gas. Straight gas. Alright, Rest in Peace is probably good against this. Gideon is certainly good against this. Dromoka's Command is interesting to me because we can counter red removal spells. So I think I'm fairly interested in it. I don't think we really want Brutal Cathar here at all. Giant Killer. Is this still a good one of to be able to tutor? It's okay. It's okay at best. So I think I kind of want to just cut it. If my opponent resolves an Opus, I've probably lost the game anyway. But maybe it's good to keep the Mize. Well, at the end of the day, I need to make room here regardless, so I think I am going to cut it. I think we're just going to hope to stop the Opus plan with either Rest in Peace Thalia or Spellbinder or some mix of those cards, and then I still need to figure out 2 more cuts here. It could just be like Bodyguard or something. I don't know. I feel like it's supposed to be a 3, but all the 3s seem pretty good. I know Gideon is good here. This is kind of what I'm feeling doing that. It's possible like maybe a couple Thraben Inspectors are supposed to go, but let's try this. The only reason I think Thraben Inspector is a little awkward is like we're not gonna. I mean, last game we didn't pop a single clue, and some of these games will be like that. All right, well this hand is just absolute gasoline, so we're keeping this all day, every day. Turn 1 Esper Sentinel, turn 2 Thalia. Draw me cards, opponent, please. I can hit a Spellbinder on 3-2. I mean, we are just living the actual dream right now. Living the dream. Sure. Attack for 1. I think I'm just going to play a Thalia here. I could also go Sentinel Thraben Inspector. It seems like a fine play as well, but I think Thalia is a little better, so that's what I'm going to go with. And I'm going to play this on white. Time to guard Thraben. Get out there. Sure, I'll draw a card. Thank you. Disfigure. Seems good. Combat. 1 you. Feel like I'm getting Prismari commanded here, but that's fine. We'll draw a card, and this will still get to resolve. So I'm just going to play Plains. We're not going to show my opponent I have green yet. Oh, wow. This. Okay. Well, they have 2 Prismari commands. I think I am going to take one of them and make it a bunch of mana. My opponent can technically kill both my threats here, which is annoying. They could go blow up artifact, kill creature, but I still get to draw cards, so not the biggest deal. I would imagine they're going to command here. Maybe they push, though. Maybe they just play the push so they don't have to pay the tax. Or they can pay the tax to not let me draw. If they Prismari command, I get to draw a card, and they just keep falling further and further behind. So it's kind of a tough decision. Yep, they went with the efficient play. All right, there's our collected company, baby. Let's go. So I'd like to not give my opponent a good push target here, so I think I'm just going to go Ranger Captain, get a Thraben, play a Thraben. Ooh. All right, well, that would qualify as a good push target. So I think here, obviously we could Coco as well, but I don't think I'm supposed to Coco yet. I think this is a very strong play. So let's do this. They can't push it, which is really good. They can't kill it with Prismari command either. Take action. Now the question is, do we get another Esper Sentinel or another Thraben Inspector? I think it's Thraben Inspector. Let's just keep putting cards in the bank. It's going to be that. It's going to be this. Let's just really bury our opponent in cards. The aggro deck that just can draw all the cards, baby. This is such an embarrassing thing to have to fatal push, but they might have to do it. Yeah. Talk about a blowout. Imagine fatal pushing a Thraben Inspector. Yikes. Big yikes. Now they have to shock the Steam Vents to have Prismari command up. Yep. Down to 14 you go. Okay. Now, I think what I'm going to do... A few ways to do this. Maybe it's just play Thraben Inspector and shock, leave up Collected Company. That seems fine. Yeah, I like that. Thraben. Go. We'll see what modes they choose here. I would imagine it's kill Thraben Inspector. Okay, target player draws 2 cards, creates a treasure. Okay, so I'm going to let this resolve, and then I'm going to cast this in case I hit Spellbinder, I think. End of next turn. Just in case it messes up, I'll set a stop on upkeep as well. I believe I get priority back, but yeah, okay. I think I want to do this right now. I mean, I could do it on their draw step too, but then if they have a counter spell, it's a little awkward. But maybe I don't even care. I don't know. The Coco, I can figure out if I want to sack this Ranger. So okay, well, Sentinel and Lieutenant are pretty good. So any order, huh? Aspirant on top. Yeah, seems good to me. Do this. So how afraid of a sweeper am I? It would have to be exactly like a Day of Judgment effect. The anger is like whatever, because I get to keep this anyway. So I think I'm just going to keep my guy in play. My opponent can't cast Opus yet here anyway. They only have 6 mana. They could pitch it in Mastery, I guess, but if they cycled it, I could respond by sacking this to make sure they couldn't Mastery it this turn, which would be an option, maybe a good option. Anger of the Gods. So you have to pay 2 additional. Yep, that's fine. This is why I didn't sack Rangers. I figured this situation may arise. And now I just have a 4/4 beating in there. Alright, opponent lets me draw, so that probably means they have another removal spell for Ranger Captain, but that's fine. Yep, you got it. I'm not super afraid of a Faithless Looting. Opponent is down to 1 card. 1 card. And now we are going to Thalia Esper Sentinel them, probably. Or I might just main phase Coco, then play Thalia. That seems pretty good, too. That one might be better. I gotta play the Coco before the Thalia, because Thalia obviously taxes the Coco. Wouldn't want that now, would we? Anger Mastery. Okay. Seems fine for me. I think I do just Coco right now, and then play Thalia. That seems to be the best line to me. Oh. Yuck. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Okay, well, that was pretty garbage. And that's the inherent problem with Coco decks right there, is that sometimes that stuff happens. Wasn't a whole lot I could do about it. Yep, 4 mana, put the top 6 on the bottom. Gotta love it. I have that happen, like, way more often. Okay, so I can my opponent has to pay a mana to cast that at all, but I could just sack this to counter this, basically, because then he can't cast this. Yeah, I think I'm just going to counter that. You don't get to do that. That was a very good draw. Very, very good draw. I think I would pop a clue anyway here, so I'm going to pop a clue. Okay, because this is maybe better than this here. It's debatable. It probably is better, honestly. Yeah, let's see what my opponent is working with. Okay, so we'll make this 4 mana. And we'll play this. We'll hit for 2. Opponent now has to pay 5 mana to cast a Fatal Push. If they don't want me to draw a card off it. The good old 5 mana Fatal Push. Do nothing. Okay. Well, let's see. I would like to force some I guess popping a clue is a good start. Let's do this. So I hit a Thalia's Lieutenant, the game is over. Okay, that's a pretty good draw. I almost don't hate playing this to make my opponent have to use their removal spell, like right now. Let's do this. Still could just be on white. Let's play this. Fatal Push my Thalia. Prismari Command. Makes a treasure. Okay. Combat. I'm going to play this, get a Thraben Inspector, and then I'm just going to sack... Yeah, and then I'm just going to sack the Ranger on their turn so they can't cast anything. It was probably game there. And our opponent agrees. All right, 1-0. 1-0. Not too bad. Felt pretty good there. We outdrew the control deck, so it's typically a good thing. Typically a good thing. Okie dokie. Yeah, fully whiff a Coco, still easily win game. You're not wrong. That was pretty gas. Pretty gas. Just 4 mana, do nothing, still win. 4 mana, discard card, put the top 6 on the bottom. Win game easily. Not too bad. What's matter? Yep, keeping this. Classic Thraben Lieutenant. Put counters on all of them. Are there any? Probably maybe when you bring Yasharn in. I don't know. I don't know for sure, Matt. There probably are some matchups where cutting Koko is maybe correct. It probably involves when you bring in Yasharn, I guess. I'm not sure though, because against Jund, I do still kind of like Koko, but because we just have so many bad cards in the form of X1s. I feel like X1s are terrible against Junsack, but we'll figure it out when we get there. We'll play against it eventually, I'm sure. Koko and Fish. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I don't know if I would cut Koko against them and Fish, just because your 3-drop is... The 3-drop is how you beat that deck. Given everything Ward makes it kind of impossible for Devil to matter. And then it as indestructible if you have X number of fish, right? Alright, so my opponent led on Zagoth Triome. I kind of want to do Thalia right here, because if they're playing like Explore or Growth Spiral or anything, I don't want that to happen. So I am going to Thalia. I'm going to hit him for 1. Next turn, I will probably Bodyguard, give Thalia protection. Okay, Bodyguard, protect Thalia, and then play another Inspector, and then we'll Lieutenant on the following turn. Choose another creature. This one, please. This one, please. Combat. 3. Opponent's looking at a whole heap of damage next turn. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 2-turn clock incoming. Pretty good. The one concern here is if my opponent has untapped land, Explore, or Growth Spiral, and then untapped land, Extinction Event would be kind of annoying. Although, I guess we're going to have a mix of even and odds, so I guess a card like Languish should be more problematic than Extinction Event. That's an interesting one. What, are we playing against Niv here? It's got to just be Niv, right? Can't imagine this is anything else. I still think I just probably do this. The Deafening Clarion is going to be like disgusting, but I can't really do a whole lot about it. If my opponent has the Deafening Clarion, they have the Deafening Clarion. I think we just gotta hope they don't. I think we just gotta hope they don't. I think we're in some trouble here, honestly. I'm pretty afraid of Lightning Helix. Well, I'm not afraid of that one. Go. I am afraid of this incoming Deafening Clarion, though. If they don't Deafening Clarion me here, I'm going to play this and put a counter on Thraben. So if they do have Clarion, I still have a 3-4 after the Clarion. Yep, here it comes. Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm going to play this. I'm going to put a counter on a Thraben. Imagine they nuke off the Thalia. Yep. Okay. 3, 5, 7 them, and even if they have like Clarion, they're dead here because I keep a 3-4. So they're gonna need more than just that. They need like an actual sweeper, which these decks don't usually play anything other than Clarion. If he had Clarion plus land plus 2-mana removal or Clarion plus Fatal Push, he'd get me. But we could still maybe recover. I mean, Spellbinder is just lethal if we hit a land. Who needs more than 2 lands? Not me. Not this deck. Who says we're playing green-white? Looks like we're playing mono-white. Opponent has no idea about Coco right now. They probably assume we are mono white. Okay. Well, this is just a good card against Deafening Clarion. So is this one. Giant Killer is actually great here because it kills Niv. So I'm pretty into this. I'm not into this at all. For them to nib me multiple times, no thank you. 2, 6, 7, 8, 12, 16, 19, 20. Yeah, we still have plenty of Coco hits, even when we do stuff like this, even when we bring in some non-Coco hits. Adeline doesn't die to Clarion, so it's very good. This is tough. It's tough to know what the last two cuts are all the time for me here. I definitely want this one because it protects from Clarion. Maybe it's Thraben Inspector here. 2 Thrabens out. I don't really like cutting Ranger Captains, which would be kind of my next like inclination. Yeah, I think it's 2 Thrabens, which pains me to do. This kills me to cut 2 Thraben Inspectors. I love this card, but I don't think cutting anything else makes as much. I mean, Esper Sentinel and Thraben Inspector are close because Thraben Inspector always puts a card in the bank, and this one gives you a card if your opponent has to play into the tax, but sometimes they won't have to play into the tax and they'll be able to pay through. But I still think this card is probably generically better than this one, especially with like the counters, synergies, and things. All right. Hurts my soul deeply to make that cut, but I think that's probably right. Trim Coco. Yeah, trimming Coco, there's an argument for that too. Maybe that's better. I don't know. I feel like Coco's good in this matchup, though. It's just another thing that we have a lot of 3-drops that we want, and I do like all the 3s in this matchup for different reasons. Well, I mean, yeah, we're gonna keep the triple 1-drop hand. I'm gonna get to draw, even if they have a sweeper, I get to draw 2 off it. So, yeah, whatever. Keep. This hand could draw badly and lose, but I think it's a fine keep. Okay, got a lot better. Got a lot better playing this. Go. I might play this next turn just to start loading up on that, but or do I just like deploying both of these? It's kind of close. It's kind of close. That's not the land I want to play at all. This one. Okay, so yeah, I kind of just like this. Let's just get the value out of this card. This way, if they have a 2-mana removal spell, they're going to have to give me a card no matter what. And if they have a sweeper, they have to give me a card too. But so then their sweeper is effectively just a 2-for-2. Because they 2-for-1 me, but then I get a card off it. So, okay, that's pretty insane. That is pretty insane right there. So now I'm going to cast this and see what my opponent does. I imagine they're going to cast a 2-mana removal spell on the Esper Sentinel. Opponent has no idea which one to kill. They're both very annoying. Sure, I'll draw a card. Thank you. Okay. Well, not great draws for me here. I think I kind of just want to play this. It's going to guarantee that I'm basically drawing 2 cards off removal. Play this. I'm just going to continue to hide green mana. My opponent still has no idea I'm playing green. I'm going to play this. That way, if they do have a sweeper, it's still effectively just a 3-for-3 because I'm drawing 2 cards off it. All right. Come on, opponent. Draw me the cards, baby. Let's go. Thank you. I'll draw two. Little annoying, but interesting. Okay, well, it's time for a Spellbinder, I think. What you got over there, boss? Vanishing Verse, couple copies of Fatal Push, and a couple Nib Mizzets. Well, I guess I'm going to get rid of the Vanishing Verse so he can't deal with my 3-drop as well. Gonna just continue to hide green. I don't see a huge reason to play that. 3 it. Go. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. If that is not just straight fire, would I rather... My opponent has another push, so I'd rather wait to play this until after the attack occurs. So let's do this. And then I'll probably post-combat play this. Although maybe I still just play this first. I don't know. It does significantly vamp up the damage that this is doing, but that's kind of close. Trigger. No, I think I am going to wait, though, and play this after second. I want them to kill this Thraben Inspector very badly. Does it kind of look... I mean, it looks like a spot where they kind of have to double Fatal Push, right? It's just like... letting this live is so... so awkward. Excuse me. I don't know, though. They have to worry about the cave now, too. The cave's, like, becoming a real threat as I hit my lands. But they don't know I'm going to hit my land drop yet. I haven't played it for the turn. All right, opponent. Come on now. Can we hurry up? Thank you. Boom. 5 you. Yep. Yep. And now I'm going to play this Lieutenant. And go. Sure. That is an expressive iteration right there. It is what that is. So far, this deck's feeling really good. Like, we've drawn 7 lands this game, and we're still just running our opponent over. Yep. Cast iteration die. Good stuff. All right, 2-0. 2-0 with the green-white humans. See if we can hit Mythic in the next 2 days with all these top tier decks. All right, green-white humans. Let's hop back in. Let us hop back in. Well, we're winning die rolls, too. Winning die rolls is always nice. All right, this hand, we're against Lurrus, so this is probably the black. It could be black-red. It could be auras. It could be the green-black deck that had really good success this past weekend, green-black Cat Oven. It's basically a trail of crumbs, Cat Oven, Squirrel deck with Lurrus. They went away from the red cards, obviously. I don't think I can quite keep this hand. It's very tempting, but I think we got a mulligan. All right, I'm going to be greedy and bottom a land. Yeah. Guess we do it like that. It's a little greedy, obviously, if I don't draw land in 4 turns, but that means I'm just drawing spells I can cast, unless I draw 2 more of these, but... Okay, so I guess they're playing a version of Burn, some variation of Burn. So they're red-white. I mean, I guess I just play the Aspirant. I could, there's like some argument to wait until turn 3 to play this, so I can like do this and try and protect this. Make my opponent have 2 removal spells for it. But I think I just want to be mana efficient and get this going. These decks could be playing Spikefield Hazard too, so getting a counter on this could be legit. Let's just do it. It's not exciting by any means, and this is certainly going to die, but I think you just have to make this play. Yep, play that, kill my guy with Unholy Heat or whatever. Yep. Yep. All right, 2 card types at the moment. Okay, that was an okay draw. I mean, can kind of tax our opponent's mana here. Good lord. I'm going to take the light up, I guess. My opponent's going to have to 3 mana Skewer the Critics my guy here. I'm going to block. So they'll pay 3 and kill my guy. There's no way they let me block. That'd be such a mistake. Did he just go my face with the discharge? Oh, it's so he can play that for 1 mana. Makes sense. Good lord. Already hit the lyrium too. It's disgusting. Yeah. Yeah, we're in big trouble. We got to hit a land here. Well, I can protect this at least, so... But that's actually... Yeah. I'm an idiot. Maybe I wasn't even supposed to play this, because now I can't even cast these. So, that was weak. I actually was just supposed to not play Thalia there, but I mean, the reality is I'm going to lose here, regardless. I guess I shouldn't have bottomed that land, but... I don't know. I don't think the keep was like that egregious by any means. Okay, resolved. This is actually good because now I can double block the Soulscar Mage. I want the Thalia to die anyway. This is honestly a stupid play with fire. I think they're just supposed to kill the bodyguard there. I don't know. I'm going to move to blocks, and I am going to actually just let my Thalia die. Probably dead here, but maybe we can find our way out of this. Probably going to light up the stage. Okay. Yep, that'll kill us. It was pretty unfortunate. I don't think I was supposed to keep that 4th land, though. I really don't on that mulligan. All right, this will be good. These will be good. These will be pretty good, I guess. These are good. This is not good. All right. All right, this could maybe be a matchup where Coco comes out only because Thalia is so good in the matchup, and it taxes my Cocos, which is pretty bad. This card sucks. I really don't like this card in the matchup. And getting rid of Coco is just kind of clean here. It's a little awkward because we just have like so many good 3-drops that we want to hit again. But we could also just like cut this card's pretty medium. It's always just gonna die very quickly. What does our deck look like if we cut these? We still have 7 3s, or sorry, 7 2-drop creatures, and then good 2-drops and Rest in Peace. It's infinite good 3-drops and Cocos to hit the 3s. This is still 4, 6, 9, 13, 17, 20, 28. 28 is still a really good Coco number, so I think this is where I'm going to go. I'm glad you agree with the aspirant, Matt. That's what I'm thinking too. Yep, we're going to keep this. Lead on Cave Thraben. Turn 2, I'm probably just going to draw a card rather than play this. I'm pretty disinterested in playing this. Yep, that's fine. Okay, that's... I might just play this now and make my Thraben bigger, and then I'll probably just punch for 2. I think I like that, actually. So... play this on white. Play a Lieutenant. Attack 2. Go ahead. Okay. Okay. Sure. Now, because this is here, I'll probably just leave this back. It's an interesting draw. I guess I just go Bodyguard, protect this. And play a second. Play this tapped. I don't want to take the damage. I don't know. I could try outracing my opponent, but I don't. I guess because this puts neg counters, given indestructible, this doesn't even matter. But the real question is, do I attack? That's the question here. Am I supposed to attack? I guess I'll give this Bodyguard indestructible. I don't know. The option to gain indestructible. I guess I still just punch for 2. Punch for 2, leave these idiots back. I can try trading with the Beaumont Courier. Yeah, I'm fine with that. If he attacks a Beaumont, I'm just double blocking it. I think. I don't know. I could also just try racing this. Maybe that's actually the best. Maybe I just don't even block at all. Just take some damage. Opponent doesn't even attack. That's a good sign. Okay, I'm going to play this, and if I Coco now, I could, like, hit Adeline, which is kind of gas. I'm trying to think of some other good stuff I can hit. I can hit, like, Thalia. Esper Sentinel would be a good hit. I think I'm just going to cast this now and force some action out of my opponent. What do you have? Do you have anything? Let's find out. All right, well, this is all just straight gas here. I think Ranger Captain Thalia is going to be my take. Although Ranger Captain Esper Sentinel is pretty darn good too. But I think those are my 2. I'm just going to get a Thraben Inspector here. And I'm probably not even going to attack at all into this Soulscar Mage. Because if my opponent has, say, an Unholy Heat, right, then they basically just get to kill both of these because they get a Prowess here. So if I send those in, I'm just going to wait. We're just going to be patient. There's no reason to do anything stupid here. We very likely will win the long game because our deck just has a bunch of 2-for-1s and a bunch of annoying cards for our opponent. So them trying to sit here and 1-for-1 us is not going to work very well. Eventually we'll draw more Thalia's Lieutenants to Anthem the board and things like that. Yep. Wait, what? They just hit my... Are they playing Cinderclasm in their deck? What? Oh, you know what? No, this is going to be a Goblin Chain Whirler. This is going to be a Goblin Chain Whirler. God dang. Alright, well that's going to put us in a bad spot. Opponent has a Goblin Chain Whirler that is about to absolutely blow me out. Yeah, just slam your Chain Whirler, dude. We all know you have it. Oh, okay. At least that one kills his Beaumont Courier, and I can save my... I can give Indestructible on this one, too. Alright, Chain Whirler would have been way worse for me. So that's targeting the Thraben. That's targeting that. I mean, none of this actually matters, really. I guess getting a block is good. I could sack this, I guess. Might as well. If my opponent had a land and another spell, they can't cast it now. Yeah, that happens. Sure. Well, I thought I was in good position. Apparently not so good. Let's see what we can hit with this. Not the worst, I guess. Just gonna play all my stuff. Would love to draw our answers to this stinking Soulscar Mage. We only have 8 of them. Now are you going to Goblin Chain Whirler me? No, you're going to shock. You're going to pay your 2 mana? Kind of have to, right? Yeah, makes sense. It's annoying. But they really can't afford to give me cards. God. Alright. I'm just going to punch with these. I'm not interested in blocking right now anyway, so this is just a free damage. Sure. Sure. Oh, we'll take that. I'm going to play this. I'm going to play this, get a clue, and then I'm going to fire up Cave and hit my opponent for 5. Go. Thraben Inspector doing what Thraben Inspector does, just being very, very annoying. Yep, you got it. Okay, That was a really good draw. That can get rid of this nonsense. I'm not particularly interested in firing these up for a few reasons. Does my opponent, that's creature, artifact, instant, sorcery, so they do have Delirium. I'm going to pop this first. That's the first thing I'm going to do here, I think. Man, oh man. 8 lands to my opponent's 3. Yeah, I'm just going to play this and eat the Soul Scars, so my opponent has to have Unholy Heats for these. This also actually lets the Inspectors get aggressive, too. Play this. Eat this. Okay, it's a pretty wild concession, but we'll take it, I guess. All right. I don't really think I'm changing anything. All of this still seems probably correct. All the 2-for-1s and things. Knowing that my opponent has Cinderclasm is, like, interesting. It makes this card, like, a little more appealing. All my 3-drops are good. There's no question about that. But how good is, like, Dauntless Bodyguard? Dauntless Bodyguard is, like, it's just so embarrassingly bad against Soulscar Mage, but maybe that doesn't matter. Maybe that does not matter. So let's give it a try, I guess. Game 3. That's a mole right there. At least my opponent's on 1-2. Alright, this is a keep, and yet again, I'm bottoming a land. I'm probably just going to hold this in my hand and not play this on turn 2. See you later. Yeah. Light up the stage would be pretty annoying here. Yep. Yep, it's like a perfect hit, too. Just removal spell and a land. Alright, Thalia is quite good. Do I just play the Thalia into dying to shock, or do I just kill this shock? I'm probably just going to kill the shock, honestly. Like, make them shock my face, and then play this and eat the courier next turn. That seems better than giving them the kill. Although the tempo of playing this and then them having to spend 2 mana to shock is interesting to consider. It's close. It's a close call. But I think I'm just not gonna play Thalia. This could come back to bite me for sure. This is kind of an interesting line. Oh, they're just shocking face, sure. $15. That's frustrating. All right. Question is, what do I need to eat? It's probably the Beaumont Courier. If they, like, hit a land and have, like, 2 spells or something insane, it's going to be too good. So I think I just need to eat that. It's also insane with Lurrus, so... Let's nuke that first. You can have your DRC. They just missed a land, so means their hand is just 4 spells over there, but that's fine. Kill my guy. You got it. To me. You got that too. Okay. Now the question is, what do we do here? Do we just main phase the Coco? There's some argument for main phasing, but we might just want to wait. Could obviously do this plus like an Esper Sentinel too, wouldn't be terrible, but I think I want a Coco, and I think because Luminarch Aspirant is no longer in our deck, we're pretty safe to just do it on our opponent's turn. I have nothing, opponent. Nothing here. Helix my face. Okay. They kept it on top, so it's a land. Certainly a land from our opponent. It's a good no attack, but I'm still going to cast this. Alright, that's the second time today we've had a horrendous Coco. It's absolute garbage. Okay. Let's do this first, I think. And then I have a few options. I think I'm going to play this and get another Thraben Inspector. Yeah, man. I'm for sure for next week, Wednesday. It sounds good to me. Lightning Helix here. Really? Okay. God dang it, man. It's like the only one card that gave my opponent Delirium. It's so stupid. Go. Yep. We're in some trouble here, for sure. Alright, that's good news for me. That draw is, yet again, just completely awful. I need to try finding a 3-mana answer to this. Dude, where are my 3-mana answers? There are 8. 8 of them. How can we not draw more than one copy? How is our Coco gonna hit a single Thraben Inspector and then we just like still can't answer this stinking thing? It's so garbage. Well, I guess here my play is pretty forced. It's just Thraben, Lieutenant. And then I just have to punch my opponent. I mean, there's nothing else I can really do. So we're going to die to 2 burn spells, but it is what it is. Drew pretty frickin' bad in this match. Game 1, missing those lands, and then last game we didn't even draw particularly well either. It just ended up working out. But Larry should want to join, man. Yeah, I would imagine. I'm not allowed to block. Oh, I'm allowed to block this. So let's just do that, I guess. Double block that. Is it kicked Cinderclasm or something? Sure. It's a little awkward, but I still had... Are you kidding me, man? Can I hit a freaking answer to the channeler, please? This is so absolutely freaking ridiculous. Like, whatever, man. So stupid. We've seen one of our 8 answers in 25 cards because our Coco missed as well. Put Larry down for confirmed. Yeah, it sounds good. He play this on green in case I like hit another Thraben Inspector into a Dromoka's command off of Coco. Yeah, I think I just have to push damage. If my opponent... Yeah, if my opponent hits a land, I'm dead anyway to the Ramunap Ruins, so I just have to do this. I was thinking about Den of the Bugbear, but we're dead to literally everything here. Yep, we're dead to that. Good game. So stupid, man. Alright, well, that loss was complete trash, to be honest, but what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Lose, I guess. Lose and get pissed about it. Alright. Back we go. The deck is good if it draws reasonably at all, is what my assessment of this green-white deck is so far. Yep, we're keeping this. If you play this deck, be better than I am at your collected companies. That's my advice to you. If you choose to play this. Probably playing against Junsac. Interesting. Alright, so we're probably playing against Niv. Probably. I guess. Thalia's pretty sick here. I think I'm going to play Thalia into Adeline. Yep. Three. Go. Not my Thalia. I guess I'll just have to play another one. Yeah, Thalia. And attack with both. Sucks to be mana inefficient here, but Thalia is just going to be so good. Go. Sure. 3 mana expressive iteration. You got it. How about a Thalia's Lieutenant off the top? How nice would that one be here? Be pretty gas. Probably be lethal. Alright, well, I think we just won the game. I think we might have just won the game. Oops. Start of the stream, what is the deck? Coco? Yeah, it's green-white humans. Green-white humans. And it would appear we're playing against Niv. That's what I'm going to put my opponent on here. So we want all these. And I think what did we go down last time? Was it 2 Thrabens? It's probably 2 Thrabens. It could have been like 2 of these too. Actually, I think this card could go down 2 copies easily. I think I like Thraben a little more than this. Yeah, I think that's where we want to be post-board in this matchup. I'm bringing in Dromoka's Command because it is basically a counter to Deafening Clarion, for those that didn't see the first matchup against this deck. But so that's why the command comes in. And last time I think I might have cut 2 Thrabens instead of these, but I think Thraben is better than this. by a very small margin. Thraben just being a creature that I can play into sweepers that isn't really that costly is really nice. And it also makes these Rangers just that much better. There's some argument that 2 of these are supposed to come out for these, but the reason I have Giant Killer is for Niv. Like you're playing Modern Humans or something. Yeah, kind of. Except it's historic. But, yeah. This hand is, like, very medium. I think I am going to keep it, but this is not a super exciting hand. There's a good argument to mulligan this, but I'm going to run with it just because this is probably going to redraw. This will get a little bit of pressure going. This gets to look at my opponent's hand. So I still get to go 1, 2, 3. It's just not an exciting 1, 2, 3. All right, well, it got way better. Way better. Now it is an exciting 1, 2, 3. Went from medium to gas. Just like that. Medium to gas. Thalia, please. Go. Now I'll Spellbind my opponent next turn too, which will also be gas. Giganta in hand. Deal. They don't have white mana yet, but that doesn't mean they can't screw me up here. So I'm going to do this. Alright, 2 bindings. Deafening Clarion. They don't have white for it yet, but this is the most scary card. So I'm gonna hit this for sure. Make this just an actual million mana to play. They can't cast either of those yet. Knight of Autumn's actually kind of disgusting too. It gets to enter and kill my Esper Sentinel, but that's the take. And then I'll probably Spellbinder and take their Niv next. Opponent's had enough. Makes sense. All right. Thank you, Thalia top deck. It's a good one. Makes up for how bad the deck drew in the last match. All right, 3-1. 3-1. We're going to do a few more with green-white, and then we're going to test some other decks. But this deck has felt very good. No question this deck is good. No question. Probably my choice for the weekend. Yeah, it's definitely a good deck. I think we're going to play... I don't know, what would you like to see next, Matt? Do you have preference of those 5 decks that I sent you? Yeah, this hand is sick. Witch's Oven. No companion is kind of wild. So, I mean, they're probably Jund with just no companion, but it's really hard to say. Esper Sentinel. Go. Okay. Alright, so I need to Luminarch Aspirant here, and I'm doing this to try and play around specifically Mayhem Devil. Guess I don't know what Mono Red Madness is. Yeah, it's... We'll show it to you. Do you want to see that deck? I'm just going to put the counter here. It plays best around Devil. I could offer the trade here, but that seems a little ambitious. Sure, why not? All right, cool. I guess offering the trade was irrelevant. Oh, yeah, my opponent, if they have Devil, they can just do this 3 times anyway. We're just, like, stone dead to a Mayhem Devil. Yeah, I think this game's just over. This is one problem right here, Matt, is I don't know that this, like... I guess if we were on the play, we could have maybe beaten all this, but this, I mean... This game is just so over now. How do I ever beat this? We have 2 answers to this Mayhem Devil in the deck. If we don't draw one right now, I'm probably just going to concede the game. It's just a waste of our time. It's a complete waste of our time. Okay, well, does that maybe make things at least kind of interesting? I could like play this, just let it die to get information. That's probably the right play. We'll keep playing. If I hit the Brutal Catharoff Collected Company, we might have, are you serious? Okay, great. Oh my god, man. Tell you what, it does not feel good being the guy on the other side of this cat oven stuff, man. I've played a lot of cat oven. And, I guess I deserve this. But we are... Oh, my God. Yeah, that doesn't do it. We're going to the next game. That does not even kind of do it. Rest in Peace is good. These are great. These are good. These are honestly pretty awkward because our opponent can just get the creature back that we put under it anyway. So I think this card's actually bad. Alright, this is probably a matchup where the Cocos come out because we're bringing in Rips and Yasharns. Giant Killer is actually probably okay because it deals with Korvold. That's going to be something we're going to have to do in this matchup. So let's bring it in. Thalia. Is Thalia good against this deck? They play Oven, they play Trail, they play some amount of removal, so it's like okay. This card is horrendous. This card is a joke because not only does it not save things very effectively, it also has to sack, so it triggers Mayhem Devil. So very, very not into that card at all. All this stuff seems good. I feel like maybe it's just some Thalias. Thalia seems kind of weak. Don't know for sure, but seems pretty medium to me. Let's do something like that. I think Esper Sentinel's better than Thalia because it can draw us cards. It does a similar thing. Yeah, the one question is, are Cocos supposed to be out in this matchup? We have 4, 6, 9, 13, 17, 18, 22. Yeah, the problem is if we did have Cocos in the deck still, we'd be down to that like kind of scary number. 27 is typically as low as you want to go, and we'd be at 26. Maybe we were supposed to have like 2 Cocos in the deck or something, not all 4, and then we could still be at 28 hits. I could actually buy that. That might actually be what you're supposed to do, is play a couple Cocos. Well, the good news is with no Coco in our deck, I mean, we do have Yasharn, but I'm going to keep this hand. Apparitions can eat Ovens, and they can eat Trails. They can eat whatever they want, but those are the 2 cards that you're typically going to eat with this. Whenever a creature. Okay, I don't care about that at all. That's fine. Combat. Pop. Alright. Go. That is completely fine. I plan on targeting their non-creature permanents anyway with most of my interactions, so I'm not super sad about this. Cauldron. Yep. If you play an Oven, it's getting eaten. No Oven. Okay. Okay, pretty good. Yeah, attack for 1. And then I'm going to play Ranger Captain and get another Thraben Inspector. Block. What is that play all about? It's a really odd play. I don't quite understand that, but my opponent must have a reason. I don't know. Is there a bad matchup for Cat Oven? No. Cat Oven's insane, dude. Cat Oven has been like one of the top 2 best decks for 2 years. I mean, it's just in historic. Whenever people like it's just such a good deck, man. It's so stupid. All right, that's getting eaten. We might have a good shot against it, though. If our opponent's bringing in crap like this, we've got a chance. Oh, that's why they blocked with their cat. Because of the trail. Maybe I wasn't even supposed to. Okay, that's pretty good. Now, I think it's best, actually, to play Thraben Skyclave this turn, and then we'll Yasharn later. I don't want them to be able to, like, Binding the Yasharn or Fatal Push the Yasharn here. It was busted in Standard, too. Yeah, it sure was. And I'm going to hide the green as well. I just don't want my opponent to see it. So, let's do this. It's just an easy eat your trail of crumbs. Give me that. Give me that. Get that garbage out of here, please. Sacrifice cards are lame. Yeah, they're just really broken, man. I mean, it's not really much else to say. They're just completely ridiculous. Completely ridiculous cards. Are you kidding me? You have another trail? God, this is annoying. It's fine. We'll eat that one too, but we might have to just play the Yasharn this time, but... Oh, it's a Mayhem Devil. That's fine. And a Goose. That's also fine. That is also fine. I'm going to attack for 3 with the Ranger Captain. That seems pretty free. And then we're just going to go Yasharn, Thraben. Sure. Yeah. That is fine. Block. Sure. This. Go. Now, it's worth noting I can't sack the clues with Yasharn in play, but that is something we are willing to give up against this deck. This Cat Oven menace that is Junsack. I really need them to not have a binding. This is annoying, but whatever. It's pretty bad tapping. They should have left a green open to make a food. That was terrible, honestly. I'm going to attack for 4. I'm going to Ranger Captain and get another Thraben Inspector here. I do have one more, right? Yeah, I do. Because eventually they will deal with the Yasharn. I don't know. I guess I could get Giant Killer as well. There's like pretty good art. Actually, yeah, I'm going to get Giant Killer to deal with the Korvold. Because a Korvold, obviously it can't draw yet. But it will still just be a big idiot flyer, which is a problem. Let's take action. Get this. Now, I could obviously Apparition the Mayhem Devil, but that's going to draw my opponent a card. Same with the Gilded Goose, so I'm actually tempted to just Apparition this off the board. Huh. Eating the Devil would have let me attack with the Apparition, which maybe was worth it, but I really don't want my opponent drawing cards. Because an answer to this is just a huge issue. I'm going to Apparition the Shaper's Sanctuary. I'm not into this anymore. Let's get rid of this. Not into that anymore. Okay. A little annoyed I blew the apparition, but it is what it is. Do I fire this up? Probably not. This is probably better. I'm going to just send these two. Boom, boom. Okay, that's very good for me. It's very, very good for me. Play this. What you got? What's that last card? Land. Yep, that makes sense. Play this. Go. 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. If I play this, I actually have lethal next turn. I can just tap this, and they can't sack food to gain life. And even if they play a Korvold, I could just tap that as well. I'm actually casting this. Yep, nice. All right. 1-1. Let's see if we can get this next one. Okay. Now I am curious if there are supposed to be like 2 of this in the deck. So I do like that this card doesn't die to Witch's Vengeance. That's like really, really hot. So what if we like trim 2 of these and put 2 Cocos in our deck? So the numbers then are 2, 4, 7, 11, 15. Honestly, Thalia seems even more garbage on the draw than it was on the play. So if we did that, maybe 1 more of those. We've got 3, 5, 8, 12, 16, 20, 28. That's still 28 creatures. Typically, the number you want with Coco decks is 27. You never want to dip below 27. I didn't do the math on that myself, but that's just what a lot of people have said. So 28 should be still pretty reasonable. I think this card's like still pretty good, just as a nice little value card. The question really is, I mean, this card flies, which is kind of why I like it. Just having flying could get there. Being an X1 sucks, but I think I kind of want to try this. I think the 2 collected companies are going to do more than like the 1 of Thalia and the 1 of other Spellbinder. But it is close. I think I'm going to try 2 Cocos. Let's see if this works. Might be a bad plan, but it is one we are going to try. Well, we have a Coco. We also have a Yasharn. Sounds really good. We have an Apparition to eat Trail of Crumbs or Witch's Oven. Or Mayhem Devil if it's relevant, but it's probably going to have to hit Trail. Trail is the glue that just holds this deck together. Trail is so broken. With Cat Oven specifically, it's just so stupid. That 3-card combination is just unbelievable. Yep. Card's annoying as well. That was not a great draw. If they do have a Trail here, we're in huge trouble. We're going to just fall so far behind it right away. As they can activate it 2 turns in a row just with Goose. Yep. Okay, I don't care. I don't care about Cindervines in the slightest. I'm surprised that's even in their deck. What does it even do? Blows up artifacts and enchantments, right? Thoughtseize? Sure. Probably got to take the Yasharn, I'd imagine. This is wild. This is not how... Oh, what a rip. What a draw. What an absolutely just gorgeous draw that was. I cannot believe that card is in their deck. The turn 3 from our opponent was so bad. Lose their food to Thoughtseize. Take a Yasharn is pretty good, obviously, but like they're down to 3 cards and they don't have any card advantage now. Yeah, that's getting eaten by an Apparition. That squirrel is out of here because that thing can... What? Our opponent definitely just misclicked. There's no way that was intentional. But yeah, I'm going to Apparition the Squirrel so he can't sack things off to the Squirrel to draw cards. Our opponent's very low on resources here. I don't know, hitting the Goose is tempting too. Just because it generates food. And is so good if my opponent top decks a Trail. Yeah, I actually might have changed my tune here. I think I'm supposed to hit the Goose, as weird as that is. Maybe that's why they attack. I don't know. It's just a terror. They should have made a food. I don't understand what happened at all. Maybe they have a removal spell here and they're just screwing with me. I don't know. We're going to attack. That's all I know. And then I am indeed going to go with the Eat Your Goose line. Sure. Sure. Because of Adeline and more copies of this, I'm going to do the whole Coco thing right now. I'll take a damage. Nice. Nice. 1 damage to me. That was just a marvelous hit. I think I'm just going to take another Aspirant and the Apparition. The Apparition is honestly probably eating the Goose again. I don't know. We could eat the Squirrel. The Squirrel is reasonable as well. These two. This is like a real decision. If my opponent top decks Trail, they're actually so far behind that it just won't be relevant. So I think I'm going to eat this. Because if my opponent gets Cat Oven going, this card's going to be a huge issue. So let's eat this. I can also draw them cards as well for a hefty fee, but... Alright, 1 counter's going here for sure. And then I think 1 counter's going here, and then we send for 7. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. One argument for eating Goose was that if my opponent has Corvold, they wouldn't be able to play it, but they're dead if they play a Corvold here anyway. I have too much presence. They would have to play a land, tap out, lose their food. Sure, that's kind of gross. That's kind of gross. That can kill an Aspirant here. Do you play Dramokas then, so you could make them sack an enchantment? Yes. Dramokas probably should be in this matchup, because Trail is their best card. So I guess that makes sense. We'll do that in the future. Opponent's dead here, even if I didn't draw this, but we drew that, so let's just really give it to him here. Get out of my way. All right. Humans, creature deck that can apparently beat the Jund deck when your opponent brings in cards like Cindervines, so alert the townspeople. Cindervines is atrocious. I have no idea why that card came in at all. It does literal nothing. It pings me whenever I cast a Collected Company. I guess it blows up Rest in Peace. Okay, it blows up Rest in Peace. That's why it was in their deck. It still seems pretty bad, but because they should just be playing Binding, and they should just kind of rely on Binding to hit Rest in Peace, not a crappy Cindervines. The card is just so bad if I don't draw Rest in Peace. It just doesn't do anything. The Shaper Sanctuary was kind of weak too, honestly. I don't think our opponent knew what they were doing in that matchup, but I could be wrong. Felt like those cards were bad to me, though. All right. We're going to play a different deck now, and Matt said he would like to see the mono-red deck. So let's take a look at some mono-red madness. I've actually tested this deck a little bit, a similar version, not quite the same, and had a really good win rate with it. I was like 75%. It was a deck I was considering playing in one of the opens, but I ended up playing Auras instead. But, so basically, obviously it's a mono-red deck. Some of the Madness cards that you're playing are like Blazing Root Walla. If you discard this card, you just play it for free, and then it's essentially a 3-1. You can pump it once a turn for red mana. It has kind of like Fire Breathing. Excuse me. But this is kind of one of the Madness cards. Another Madness kind of enabler in this deck is Managorger Phoenix. It's a 2-mana 2/2, red and a red. It's a flyer. It can't block, and then whenever you cast a spell, if this is in your graveyard, put a flame counter on it for each red that's in the spell's mana cost. If this has 5 or more flame counters on it, return it to the battlefield, and it perpetually gets +1/+1. So it's kind of like an Arclight Phoenix in this deck. Doesn't have haste, but it's just like a graveyard thing that gives you value. 4 copies of Fiery Temper, 1 mana. It's Lightning Bolt if you discard it. So very solid card when you discard. Those are kind of all the Madness like payoffs that you have. And then playing 4 copies of Beaumont Courier because it's really good with Delirium with Dragon Rage Channeler. It's also just a pretty okay card anyway, and obviously you discard your hand when you use Beaumont Courier, so it can randomly give you some of those Madness effects, which can be kind of cool. Obviously, Dragon Rage Channeler, this card's just great. Faithless Looting, another great card. Very good in a Madness deck, too. 2 copies of Spikefield Hazard, just lands that can also be spells, which is sweet. 4 copies of Unholy Heat. Magmatic Channeler, another just like very good card when there are a bunch of spells in the graveyard. This is a 4/4. It also can generate some value. You can discard a card to exile the top 2 and play one of them, so you can discard cards like Fiery Temper, discard cards like Root Walla to just make this basically like kind of a draw card. Just discard a card, get value out of it, and then just draw a card. So pretty sick. Discarding this is good as well. 2 Shatterspell Smashings for more spell lands, and 4 copies of Seasoned Pyromancer. Just a good card to be in the graveyard, good card to cast. It's a solid card, more enabling for Madness. 1 copy of Bone Crusher Giant. I don't know how I feel about this, but whatever, I guess. We'll see how it goes. It's basically a 2-drop in this deck, honestly. We're going to always use the spell half of this, probably. Very rare that we'll just play it as a 4/3. And then a 1 of Ox of Argonis. Should be pretty good. When I say I'm not convinced on the Bone Crusher, I'm not convinced this shouldn't just be like Pillar of Flame. Just a 1-mana, another 1-mana sorcery, or, you know, maybe it should be an instant. But I don't know. We'll see how it goes. And then our sideboard. Let's take a peek at this real quick. So 3 copies of Abrade, 3 copies of Goblin Chain Whirler. This is why I was saying earlier when we were playing against Mono Red that I was very afraid of Goblin Chain Whirler. I was worried they were playing the list from the Japan Red Bull event. Had they Chain Whirlered us, we were completely screwed. Cinderclasm was way better for us than this would have been. But yeah, I mean, this is going to be really good against like humans decks, obviously, and it's sweet that it is not a spell, so Thalia just like dies to this miserably, and so does Esper Sentinel and things of that nature. Initially, the list was only playing 1 Soul Guide Lantern and was playing 4 Roiling Vortex. I don't have 4 Roiling Vortex, and we had to make the cards for the other decks today, so we're down 2 Roiling Vortex, but I think it's going to be fine. Soul Guide Lantern should be pretty good too, so I just added more. Chandra Acolyte of Flame. This is just going to be a really good value play to rebuy spells and to also obviously just make idiots and attack our opponents. And then a couple of Chandra Torch of Defiance, just more good value Planeswalkers. This deck's pretty sweet. The version that I was playing, I can show people real quick. We're not going to play the version that I was playing, but I can't remember if it was Mono Red Lurrus or Mono Red Phoenix. They were both pretty good and both really similar. But basically, the one card that this deck's not playing that I really liked in Mono Red was Conspiracy Theorist. We're not going to play that one right now, but Conspiracy Theorist is pretty sick. Whenever you, first of all, whenever you attack with it, you can pay 1 and discard if you do draw a card. And then whenever you discard 1 or more, you may exile them and cast it this turn. So basically, every time you discard a card, you have the option to just play it when Conspiracy Theorist is in your deck, which is pretty cool. And then I was playing Lurrus just for some more value. But a core set mixer draft starting tomorrow. Oh, baby. We might have to do some of that at some point, probably next week. We're going to test Historic the next few days. But, yeah, anyway. Yeah, save and exit, whatever. Let's go ahead and hop in with some Mono Red Madness. Mono Red Madness. And I guess real quick before we hop in, I should change the cardboard live. so people can see what we're doing if they hop in. So bear with me real quick while I export this. Export, and got to go back to Twitch. Video producer, stream manager, Cardboard Live. All right. So let's clear this deck. The Green-White Humans deck felt really good, though. Our only loss was drawing like complete garbage to a Red-White Burn deck, hitting one creature on a Coco and then drawing like 9 lands to their, eventually they hit the 5th land, but pretty gross. It was a pretty gross loss. I did not like it. All right. There we are with that. So everybody should have that on the Cardboard Live if you're interested in checking out the list. If you weren't there for a few minutes ago when I went through it. And all right, let's go ahead and hop back in. Historic Ranked, Mono Red Madness. Let's rock and roll. Let's rock and roll, baby. Another card you can consider playing in the sideboard too, Matt, for cards like Trail of Crumbs and Witch's Oven is Portable Hole. Portable Hole would be reasonable against Jund, but I don't really know what the sideboard would cut. So yeah, you probably just bring in the Dromoka's Command. Dromoka's Command is probably fine. And then at the point you bring in Dromoka's Command, maybe that's the point where we don't play Coco anymore. And just play some of the creatures that were in the board. But I don't know. Like I said, 27 is like the bare minimum. And we would be at 27 if we cut another creature for a Dromoka's Command. I guess one thing we could do too is just play one Coco. We could just play one Coco, 3 Yasharn. That's still 4 drops, which is kind of how the deck is built to function anyway, with 4 drops. A 1-of Coco is obviously a little awkward, but whatever. All right, opponent, what is going on here? I feel like... Oh, all right. Oh, it's a draw. Classic head exploding as we enter the match. I think it's a draw. Oh, maybe not. Yep, all right. That's what I thought. Classic draw. Okay, let's try that again. Mono Red Madness. Mono Red Madness. The classic draw. I don't know how this deck is going to fare against Cat Oven. At least the white deck has Apparition. This deck has very little to beat a Trail of Crumbs. Very little to beat a Trail. Come on, Crazy Time. All right, we got a Looting, which is kind of good. Our hand overall is not amazing. But Looting, Channeler, the Ox could be good. I think I'm going to try this. This is not an exciting hand by any means. But Looting can like pitch land Ox. So, and that's assuming obviously we don't draw anything better for the Looting. It's possible I wait on the Looting. Okay, so we're playing against Phoenix. Those extra soul guides are going to come in good handy in this matchup. But, I mean, this is the kind of matchup where... Oh, what a draw. Well, I guess we're just playing this on turn 1. This is the kind of matchup, though, where, like... I feel like the Bone Crusher should just be a pillar. Like, pillar is pretty good in this format. Exiling things is relevant. And being 1 mana is relevant, too. What is this guy doing? Just infinite Faithless Lootings. It's a little scary. 2 birds would be scary. For sure, but if they don't put birds in there yet, what is going on over there? Sure, opponent's just down to 3 cards. Now they definitely have another iteration in their hand. There's not a chance on this earth that they would have discarded this with not another copy. Honestly, I'm surprised they discarded even a single copy. like iterationing 2 turns in a row is just so solid. But I think we're gonna lead on Channeler here. The looting, we'd like as much information as possible before we start casting them. So I'm gonna play a Mountain here and Channeler. Next turn, I'll probably play this one. I don't want to discard this one because it has text, obviously, if I flood. I imagine my opponent's going to cast an iteration here. It'd just be so weird if they discarded that iteration and didn't have another one. I don't really understand what they're doing if that was their decision. Unholy Heat is not delirious yet, so killing the Channeler should be pretty tough for them. Yeah, if they had another iteration, what a surprise. That'll land. Yep, pretty good land too. Yep. Alright, well, this is why you wait on Faithless Looting in this deck, is cards like this. Let's hope we can hit a Fiery Temper too. That'd be straight gas to kill this. But, I guess, I mean, I could also just, like, discard the Root Walla to this, which is just effectively drawing a card. Huh. Yeah, that's interesting. That is interesting. I guess maybe that's a little better. Let's discard this. Madness. Free cast. Oh, well, there's a Bone Crusher. I'll pick that. I will do that. And so we're just still going to wait on the looting. Kill that. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, opponent. This deck wants to be patient with its lootings for a lot of reasons. Sure, that's fine. Because honestly, discarding looting to that guy, alright, that's fine, is pretty okay as well. Yep, that's a Stormwing entity. Let's draw a Fiery Temper, baby. Fiery Temper, please. It's a little scary they got a blue up to protect, but that's a very good draw. I think I'm just going to attack with the Root Walla first. That's going to be my first course of action. Alright, so they have an opt. Fine with me. We'll still get to kill their idiot. Yep, consider. Sure, same thing. Opt, consider. Okay, so I'm going to play this. Now I'm going to loot. Discard Ox and Fiery Temper, I think. And then Fiery Temper their idiot. Get out of here. And I'm just still going to be patient on this one. No reason to rush. Pumping Walla. Well, Pumping Walla was not a waste because they had to have... I guess once they block, it's pretty obvious that they have... Yeah, maybe you're right. Once they block, it's obvious that they have something. So you could be right there. If I play Mountain, I get to play Channeler and Bone Crusher here, which I kind of like. Kind of like just getting idiots into play. Den of the Bugbear is not as good. Yeah, we're just going to play Mountain and do that play. So this, go. Probably flashback a looting from opponent. Ooh, that's scary. We need them to not chain off here. Yeah, Matt, the reason I pumped Walla, though, is it forced them to cast the spell. I guess they were going to do it anyway, probably. But not, honestly, they wouldn't have cast the spell with the Phoenix in their yard, right? They just would have killed my Walla. So I think forcing them to use the draw spell end step was still okay. Okay, another land. That's fine with me. All right, that's a really good draw. All right, so the question now is, do we like the looting, discard this, or do we like the channeler? If I looting discard this, that makes this a 4/4, which is probably very relevant with the Ramunap Ruins in play. It's 18 damage in the next 2 turns, so let's do this. Okay, that is absolute gas. I'm just going to discard these, I think, because I think I'd like a 1/1 off this. Now, I could also just discard here, play the land, play this draw 2. Maybe a draw 2 is better than a 1/1, draw 1. It actually probably is. So let's do this. Fiery Temper. Fiery Temper. Play this, draw 2 cards. Attack for 8. Boom. All right, Bone Crusher looking better than Pillar. I'm an idiot. Never mind. Opponent, the guy who made this deck knew what he was doing. Card is fire right now. All right, that was gas. That was straight gas. A lot of fun. What does this do? Player casts a spell. Okay, not what we're doing here. The 3 copies of this look like fire. Cards like Abrade seem pretty reasonable to me. This card is complete garbage. Other than the fact that it's good with Delirium, it's terrible. So I'm pretty tempted to cut this, but maybe I still want it for Delirium. But God, it is not good. Man, it is not good at all. Yet I have Soul Guides for Delirium now. Yeah, this is garbage. This card is terrible in these kind of matchups. Not what I'm feeling. And Abrade seems pretty good. Just deal with some idiots. Do I still want to have the graveyard-based stuff? I probably do. Do I like Ox? Probably like Ox. I wouldn't hate a couple more copies of Abrade, especially on the draw. Maybe a couple Root Wallas could go. Free 1/1s are like whatever. It's probably between Root Walla and Bird for me. I think Root Walla is considerably worse. That should be here. I think I'm going to try this. Not super in love with Root Walla in this matchup. So I think that's what we're gonna try. Let's see how this goes. Crazy time. Let's see if we can 2-0 Crazy time. Yeah, I guess. I mean, this is kind of an interesting hand. I might wait on playing this for a little while. We'll see. I think this hand's good enough, though. Playing that. All right, well, we're just killing that immediately. Killing that immediately. No questions asked. Sure. All right. Them not having Sprite Dragon was really good. Them not knowing about these is really good. If they fill up their yard, I'm just nuking it. Okay, there's a bird. We don't have to nuke until they trigger the bird, but... Okay, so if they're on Soul Guide Lantern, I'm going to cut Phoenix. Next game. Okay. At the end of the day, I can always just play this as a 2-mana 2/2 flyer, which is obviously bad, but it's not the end of the world. All right, so here I'm just going to play Darcy and a Soul Guide. Do that. Trigger. How good is this card? If it's a land, it's going in the graveyard. It's a Fiery Temper. Do I like Fiery Temper right now? It's a good answer. I think I do want the Temper in case my opponent like slams the 3/3 this turn, or a Sprite Dragon or whatever. It gives me an answer, so I'm going to keep that on top. It's also very good if I draw a Looting. I can just discard it, obviously. I'm going to eat the Arclight. Forgot that this exiles when it enters, too, so honestly, this is probably going to be drawing a card at some point, but... Go. If they give me more birds to eat, then I'll pop it off for no value, but when you're facing off against cards like this, you got to get full value off your cards, and just spewing it to exile a graveyard that doesn't really matter is... not going to be particularly effective. Yep, there they go with that. Sure. Yep, kill my guy. You got it. I think I'm just going to play this as a 2/2. It doesn't really do anything in my graveyard yet because of this, so I'm going to make them like use a removal spell on this and blow this to get this. There's no reason to really play this second one yet, I don't think. If they put another Phoenix in there, then maybe I'd be down to do that, but I'd rather just hold this for like DRC triggers and things like that. I could also loot it away if it ended up mattering, but... Alright, we're going to play this, and... I think I'm going to play the Ramunap Ruins. I don't know, maybe it's still Mountain. Yeah, never mind. I'm going to play the Mountain. Very likely going to just draw a card off this Soul Guide Lantern here on my opponent's end step. Very likely. Sure. Sure. That maybe would have been a reason to play this, but I just like... I don't know, how good is that even, right? Like 3 mana, draw 2, discard 2, like whatever. I'm not really that concerned. I'm going to draw a card. My opponent might be thinking the same thing with theirs, honestly. Combat. To you. Boom. Okay. I'm going to play this Magmatic Channeler. And I'm going to play the other Soul Guide Lantern just to have it in play. Now, instant, land, instant, sorcery, creature. I think I'm going to hit their land, because they don't... I don't know. They would want to put more lands in if they hit like another DRC or something, but this is the hardest type to get into the yard. Probably. They probably play like 1 copy, maybe 2 copies of Fabled Passage, but I think I'm going to take the Canal. It's not like insanely relevant. I need to not take a creature because this is going to kill a creature later, but... Or at least attempt to kill a creature. Opt, sure. It's another instance. They still don't have Delirium right now. If they do end up hitting Delirium, then I can like Soul Guide Lantern to protect this from Unholy Heat. Darcy. It's annoying, but it's fine. Lava Coil. I'm glad I didn't eat the sorcery. Graveyard. Okay, so they have Delirium. Would love to draw Looting. Looting's one of the best draws in my deck here, because I can pitch this, but... All right, let's frickin' go, man. That is what we are talking about. Cast this. Ooh, that's nice. So I'm gonna discard this, obviously, and then the question is, do I value this land drop, or do I just want to play another Phoenix and just start pounding him with the birds, taking him to Bird Town? Because discarding this effectively means that it's going to get eaten by this, but I guess forcing my opponent to eat this is like kind of good, because then they're not drawing a card off this. That's tough. That's a really tough call. I guess this land does let me fire up Den, so I think I'm going to get rid of the Phoenix. Kill this. Trigger the Phoenix. And we're going to wait on this looting in the yard. There's absolutely no reason to cast that right now. So, combat. Poke you. Poke you with the bird. Angry birdie. And then I'm going to play this, eat that land to get rid of Delirium. That I don't know why this triggers on non-red cards, but it's fine. So we only have one land in here, so let's nuke that. Let's get them off Delirium again. Don't know how relevant that actually is, but it could matter. And I'm just going to pass. I don't have any one-drops I would play here. I'm not certain what I want to do with these yet. Anyway, exiled my graveyard. Sure, man. You got that. It's exactly what I wanted my opponent to do, so it works for me. They're down to one card. Okay, still one card. Yep. Okay, they have Delirium again, but it's fine. Sure. I'm definitely popping one of these for a card. Okay. My turn. That's a good draw. I could fire this up, but I think it's better to just deploy another one of these. So, combat. I don't want my opponent to like have a burn spell here. That'd be embarrassing. I'd rather just deploy more birds. Bird, go. Aether Gust. Interesting. I mean, I'm fine with drawing this again, I think. Honestly. Okay, that's a terrible concession. I hate when people just concede in those spots. Does me thinking really piss you off that much? But whatever. 5-1. 1-0 with some mono red madness here. Working our way to diamond. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of what this deck does. I mean, that was a really sweet match to kind of just see how the deck functions. It's a really, really cool, like, mid-rangey pile of cards, honestly. It can play the mid-range game very well. It can also play the aggressive game very well when it needs to. There are some games where you're just looting in 2 Root Wallas on turn 1 and then pump them both and swing for 6 on turn 2. But all right. Yeah, this hand's like fine. I'm gonna lead on this on 1 probably, but this hand's acceptable. It's nothing crazy. Oh, okay, so we're playing against the cat deck, the Luris cat green black. We're probably gonna struggle immensely in this matchup, is my guess, but attack trigger. Trail Cat Oven is just so tough for mono red to beat. That's ultimately why I decided to not play this deck in that one open. Goose. All right, that's going to die. It's 100% getting killed. Not playing with that. I could try getting the Channeler going first. Maybe I'm supposed to do that. Getting Channeler going with Root Walla is just like so strong. Yeah, it's so bad if my opponent has a trail though, and I don't kill this. Because I could just, like, kill it and then play one of the Root Wallas. I think that's probably the best line, thinking about it more. It's just, like, so bad for me if they play a Trail and get to just start using this with Trail. I guess they only get one activation, but, like, one activation is still, like, really rough. They could also just, like, have a Fatal Push here, which is scary to think about, too. Alright, I think I'm going to Unholy Heat. Unholy Heat, attack, play a Root Walla. They have a push here, probably. What is this? Village Rites? Oh my god. I forgot they play Village Rites too. So maybe that was bad, I don't know. That's rough. That's really rough. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I was supposed to just do this and start establishing. Would have been a better use of my time. It's really tough to say. The Trail was going to be so bad for me here if they did have it. Yep. What is this going to be? Meat Hook. I've been hooked. Okay. I'm just going to play this. And I'm actually just going to pass. I don't want to play this. I'd rather have the option to discard it to things like Faithless Looting and Channeler. Channeler's going to pitch the Phoenix first, but... I know Brenda DeCandio played this deck this weekend while we were all at the invitation. Oh, God, that's annoying. And did really well with it. This is the version that was wrecking me on Fish. I see. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, beating Meat Hook seems awful. Very hard for Fish. Who knows? Maybe this is just like the new version. Maybe this is just better than Jund. I don't know. It's certainly not doing well in the Japan qualifier, but who knows how many people, or the Japan Red Bull event, but who knows how many people are actually playing the Japan, how many like are even trying it in the Japan Red Bull event. Would it have done well? Maybe. Hard to say for sure. All right, well, at least we get to keep our guy. That's kind of gas. And all right, that's a pretty good draw too, honestly. So like, what do I do here? I could do this, discard this and nothing, draw 2, and then use the Channeler from there. Or I could use the Channeler right now. Using the Channeler right now, I guess, is a little better. Just gives me more options. I will cast it. Spikefield Hazard's really good. Really, really good. I can, like, hazard away either the cat or the Valky. I can hazard away the Valky and then... Yeah, I like hazard the Valky and then I get that Mana Gorger back. And then I still get to do this. Let's choose that one. Eat this. Another Village Rites, huh? I guess they can just sack it for mana to the tower. But it's fine by me. I totally forgot they could do that. Not gonna lie. Oops. Oops, oops, oops. That is a yikes on my part. Play this, draw 2 cards. Well, it's pretty good, honestly. Really good thing to discard a Channeler. Magmatic Channeler, that is. I guess them having a 2/2 flyer is like... that can't block is not the worst. For whatever reason, I always forget Valky can do that shit. Always forget it can frickin' just turn into the thing. Haven't played against Valky in a minute, to be fair, but I've definitely made that mistake before. Not that exact same mistake, but just like not thought about them flipping it type of thing. Well, as long as our opponent doesn't have like Trail Cat Oven, it feels like we're able to play with this deck fairly reasonably, which is a good sign. That's where I want to be. So are they going to Meat Hook again? I'm expecting a Meat Hook here. Meat Hook for 3, kill the board. Yep. Yep. That's fine. That is fine. Mana Gorger back to hand is gas. Okay. So how do I want to play this? I think here I just go this and this. I'm going to leave that Root Walla in the hand because it's a free cast off Ox anyway, if I discard to Ox. And I just don't feel like I need to play it here. It's a good thing to sandbag if I draw looting. It's like free value. So I'm not going to play it into potential another Meat Hook. It's doing very little in this matchup anyway, I think. That is not the game plan I want to be on right now. Sure, that's annoying. They don't have green mana, though, so they can't actually grow that yet. Well, there we go. That's why we hold the Root Walla, folks. All right, play this. Triggers. I think I'm fine with drawing a land. So pretty sure I'm going to keep this. Especially a land that can do damage to my opponent later. Okay. Discard 2 cards. This. And I'm actually going to discard this because I'd like to be able to hard cast this, I think. Seems pretty good to me. So, let's do that. Got some Delirium. Got some Delirium, baby. Let's go. 5U. Hey, thanks for the follow. 19 Moses 79. Appreciate the follow. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Hope you're enjoying some top tier historic today. I and Pikachu both greatly appreciate you and the follow. Okay, there's literally no reason to flash this back because I like my hand. The only reason to flash this back would be like randomly hit a Madness card, such as Fiery Temper or another Root Walla. So there is like some argument to flash it back. It's not like completely useless. I don't know. Actually, now that I think about it more, hitting a Temper for this Squirrel would be kind of gasoline. But I am going to wait on it. What do they have here? Are they sacking of food? Oh, they're getting cat back, of course. That's fine. That is fine. Ugh, Village Rites. God. Deadly Dispute? Jeez, oh, Pete's, man. So they can buy cat back again. Interesting. Didn't even choose to buy the cat back yet. Yeah, this is like terrible for me. My opponent can buy cat back, sack cat to Squirrel, draw a card, just get counters, triggering Meat Hook every time. Yeah, I'm not going to show my opponent more of the deck. There's just no reason. We can't beat that. Chain Whirler seems like okay. They have a lot of X1s in their deck, so that's debatable. A Braid's good. It blows up Oven, I guess. This card's just never getting a cat, so it seems probably bad. I think I want to get like more mid-rangey in this matchup. We need some like card advantage sources. Chandra's probably pretty good. Excuse me. Is this Chandra good too? It's like okay. Can also ramp this Chandra, right? Because it puts a red counter on each walker, so that's kind of interesting. Can turbo an ultimate here potentially. This card is absolute garbage. I don't even want to think about this card being in the deck. Root Wall is pretty terrible too. Things that just like make the meat hook insanely good, I really don't want in my deck. The only upside to this card is it's obviously free off the lootings. So there's like some benefit to it, but I think I want to get kind of mid-rangey in this matchup, so the Root Wallas are going to go. At least 3 copies are going to go. All the rest of this is still reasonable, at least against the meat hook and things of that nature. But, yeah, I think we're going to try this. Want to change anything else? I don't think so. Chain Whirler is interesting. It could be better than some of this stuff. This is not great against the meat hook either, but it's just so good at the top deck game. So we're gonna try it like this. I'm not certain if this is right, but the reality of this match is this matchup is probably just pretty bad. But well, I mean, I'm gonna keep this. Definitely gonna keep this. That's a very good draw. It was literally one of the best draws in my deck. Let's just play this and attack. Now this can pitch Temper. Hopefully my opponent plays a creature here and doesn't remove my things. That's annoying. That's so annoying. It's so annoying because I know that my opponent is going to just Village Rites this crap, but I can't really do anything about it, so whatever. Let's discard this. Maybe there's a world where I'm like supposed to go face with this, as weird as that is. I'm not going to do it, but there is a world where that was actually the correct line, because this is an obvious Village Rites. Obviously it's Village Rites. Yep, of course you do. But, you know, it is what it is. Do I keep that? I think I keep that, because I'm going to hit that off of the Magmatic Channeler, which means I can play it, right? You can play lands off Channeler. Just got to check that real quick. Yes, you may. So, kind of into this. It's a little awkward that it's a Ruins, but I'm not going to be greedy. Maybe we'll hit a mountain after this. So, yeah, we're going to keep that. All right, we hit a mountain after it anyway. So let's take this one, play that, and then play another Channeler, and then attack for 1. Huzzah! The only awkward thing about not binning that land is it could have gotten me quicker towards Delirium, but sure. What a frickin' annoying deck, dude. What an absolutely annoying deck. I just know my opponent has another sack effect, probably Deadly Dispute to get him a treasure in addition to 2 cards this time. But I just like I can't really play around anything here. I just like I kind of have to do my thing. So whatever. I guess I could go upstairs with the Temper if I really wanted to. But that just doesn't seem very, very intelligent. Yeah. I don't want this. This is not impressive to me. Been that. Oh my god, this deck is so tilting. So tilting to play against with removal spells. Holy shit. I think I have to take this. I've got to try like flying over and getting damage in, so we're going to take this. As weird as this play is, I think I'm going to bolt this in and unholy heat this to make this a 4/4. Eh. Yeah. Been that as well. Play this. And crash. I've just gotta try and force the issue. I can't win any other way. Cannot win any other way. If my opponent has a meat hook here, I'm probably screwed. If they have land meat hook, it's a meat hook for 4 still, but yep, meat hook for 4, win game. That's fair, Matt. Tilting even without removal. Yeah, well, it's more tilting when these cards are 3-for-1ing you. Bone shards. All right, we can maybe beat that. Okay, that was not a good turn for my opponent at all. Do I just attack? I guess I just attack and play this land. Hit you. I'd like to try and generate value there and discard that land, but I have a chance to win the game if my opponent literally has like nothing, so you've just got to press. Of course. Of course. Game 3. All right, we need like an Ox. We need an Ox or a Pyromancer or something. All right, that's like an okay draw. I'm going to keep the smashing in my hand because it deals with Lurrus. Okay. That card's really annoying against me too. Attacking, exiling stuff is not fun. Hopefully they get the squirrel back, then I could kill both. Gas. I mean, that's what I would have gotten back too, to be fair, but... Okay. That's a food, right? Yeah, it's a food. Okay. So, smash these idiots. Actually, I can do it for x equals 3. This and this. 2 and 1. Kill those. Attack you. Alright, that happens. Yep, combat. Attacking. Yep. Should definitely wait to buy it back. That doesn't make sense. It's so bad if they draw a trail. It's probably not going to matter, but it's not a good play. Attacking with cat. That's interesting. Yep. They have another cat. Must have another cat, right? That play doesn't make a lot of sense if you don't have like a removal spell or something. Oh, you have an idiot to block. Okay. And a fatal push. Jeez, dude. This is Menace, right? Yeah, I don't think we can beat this. This matchup feels really awful. Really, really awful. Did not like that at all. Did not like that at all. That was a straight beating. Straight beating. All right. Mono Red Madness is sweet. I think we're going to try another deck now, though. We've got a lot of stuff we want to test, and how bad that deck feels against Cat Oven just makes me want to throw up. So let's go ahead. Let's play some blue-red, because I'd buy that this deck can actually compete with that. Just because everything flies and it does something degenerate. So here's our blue-red build we're playing today. Kind of just what you'd expect out of Phoenix. I'm not going to go over most of these cards. You've already played some of these cards today anyway. But if you want to check out the list, you can. I'm going to put it over on Cardboard Live. Anything going on the sideboard that's interesting? Let's see here. A Narset's kind of cool. And there's a Chandra, Torch of Defiance. But we're not going to go into huge detail on this. Just going to kind of hop into the gameplay. Let's go ahead and export this over to Cardboard Live. And then we'll be good to go. This will be cool. Submit this and see how this one goes for us. But yeah, I really don't like that Mono Red Madness deck against the Trail of Crumbs decks. Just not having answer to Trail of Crumbs or not having an aggressive plan in the air is just really rough. And the Mono Red deck, obviously it has Phoenix, the Mana Gorger Phoenix, but the card's very slow. Like I said, it's more of a mid-range deck, as we kind of saw our first match against Blue-Red. And you really can't mid-range these Trail of Crumbs decks. It's so hard. Without an answer to Trail of Crumbs, it's kind of impossible to mid-range those decks. Even with an answer to Trail of Crumbs, it's just so hard because they have so many copies of Korvold, too. They just have so many, like, dominant mid-range cards that are just so hard to beat. All right. Blue-red time. Blue-red. One of the other best decks in the format. Well. This hand is kind of garbage. Kind of garbage. I don't think I can keep Channeler, even though it has Unholy Heat. Not into this. Okay. Apparently this deck just... Well, we do have looting. Never mind. This hand is fine. Question is, what do we get rid of here? I think it's the axe. I think I like looting on one, pitch these. Pretty good. Pretty good. Alright, so we're probably playing against... What is this, Jund Citadel? Probably Jund Citadel. I'm surprised they don't have Giganta, but... Should be Jund Citadel, I'd imagine. I'm going to play this here and just play a Sprite Dragon. Next turn, probably going to flashback the looting, shock this in, discard this and something else, but... Okay, kind of an annoying start from our opponent. They have 4 mana on turn 2, potentially. Okay, it's fine. Sure. It's also fine, I guess. Kill my guy. Oh, sure. I forgot that they could... Yep. Okay. Maybe I wasn't even supposed to play the Sprite Dragon on turn 2 then. I don't know. If I consider into a 1-mana blue card, I can actually get Arclight back here by killing this. So maybe that's what we go for. I think that is what we're going to go for. We're going to try doing the thing. I'm going to graveyard this, I think. I don't know. I could keep this and then we just play this next turn. That seems actually okay. Yeah, I'm actually going to keep this, just kill this, and then we'll just play this next turn. I'm not going to try rushing out an Arclight. This is pretty darn good. So, decline. Kill this. Den of the Bugbear. Go. This card should be a pretty big problem for them, I think. Sure. So they have a food and a treasure. Play this. Straw card. Yep. Coco. Okay. They're probably playing, I mean, they're probably still playing Citadel. I guess you get to play both, which is kind of cool. All right, so we're gonna get the bird. We're gonna get a bird back here no matter what. So I'm gonna shock this in. I do have an Arclight in here, right? Yeah. I'm surprised it doesn't come up on the bottom. I guess it's because you can't really do anything with it. But yeah, the first thing I'm gonna do is consider and see. Well, where do I want to looting first? Maybe it's looting first. I don't think it particularly matters which order I do this in, but okay. Do I want 2 kill spells or do I want the draw spells? I guess 2 kill spells is like fine. Killing these is pretty reasonable. This is a little more explosive if I hit exactly an Arclight. So maybe I was supposed to do this first. This fills up for Ox too, which is nice. Okay. I'm going to discard these two, I think. I'm just going to bin that. It's not a particularly good draw. And I just want to fill up for the Ox next turn. So I'm going to bin that. Take action. Okay, that's pretty good. Kill this. Get Arclight back. 10 you in the air. Ten. And this is why you play this deck instead of mono red. It's because this deck can just fly over these silly decks. Yep, that's fine. You got 2 treasures. You can kill my Arclight. Could kill this if he has like another. I guess he could sack food and both treasures to kill the Crackling, which is not too bad. Not too bad. But all right, a Woe Strider. Sure, it's kind of annoying. Just gains 1,000,000 life and then sacks this and an Innkeeper to kill the Drake. That's kind of gross, but at least they have to lose an Innkeeper, I guess. Because of stuff like that, maybe I was supposed to just double Unholy Heat last turn. Okay. Let's do an iteration first. One of them into your hand. This doesn't do very much because it gets killed. So I think I'm just going to go like hand, exile. Yeah, one of them in my hand. This one of them into your library. This one, exile one. This one. Okay, so I'm going to play this because there's like no reason not to. The question here is, do I value a consider more or a hazard here more? Hazard here is like fine, but it's not particularly impressive. I think I might like the consider more. I don't know. Getting this off the board probably is relevant, so let's just get this off the board, and I'm just going to Ox. I don't want my opponent to have more things to sack to Mayhem Devil, or sack the Woe Strider. Resolves. Resolves. Bottom. Sure. Play this. Alright, I need to figure out. So I want to leave at least one creature, so I'm going to eat those. I guess I have an Ox, though. If the Ox dies, that'll be a creature. So let's just eat dudes. And then some instants, I suppose. Those 8. I want to leave one Unholy Heat in case I draw a Finale, because I believe there's a main deck Finale in here. Okay. I think I am supposed to attack. So let's do that. Don't hate my position. Oh, God. Yawgmoth? That's... Okay. That's kind of scary. Kind of scary. Ay, 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 ay. Does this do? Put a neg counter so you can just sack and kill my Phoenix. That's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. I think I'm just going to lead by attacking and see what my opponent does. I don't necessarily want to spend my mana there. I could opt, I suppose. Maybe opting's okay. Alright, let's opt. Let's see if we can find an answer to Yogg. Oh, that's going to the graveyard. Oh, it doesn't go to the... darn it. Okay, another opt. I'm going to play this on blue, I think. Maybe not. Maybe let's just opt because we did a looting. I'm going to keep that. Cast that. Really just got to find an answer to one of these. Unholy Heat. There it is. One of them into my hand. This one, I guess. No, this one. This one to hand. Looting to exile. One of them into your library. Exile one of them. The looting. Okay, so what do we have in here? Alright. Cast this. So we'll be able to get Delirium now. Discard 2. If I discard this and this, I have Delirium. So I think that's the play. And then I probably Unholy Heat the Yawgmoth. Could have done the Devil too. I'm not sure which one's actually better, but doing the Devil lets them sack off the Devil to draw a card, which I don't love. That's fine. And now I get another Phoenix back. And swing all. I think I swing all. Yeah, definitely attack all. Opponent probably blocks with Woe Strider. Yep, which is fine. They could have sacked it to tower and replayed it anyway. Concede. Again, kind of a garbage concession there. That was still, I mean, that's why we play blue-red right there. It was a good little game for us. Abrade seems good. Blows up Oven. Anger of the Gods could be good. Aether Gust is definitely good. Chandra seems okay to me. Just kind of a good little card advantage play. Don't love... Alright, let's see. I like that. I like the Crackling Drakes. I think that's a good plan here. So how are they going to attack my graveyard is the question. I feel like my opponent is going to have some stuff that attacks the yard, so I feel like Finale is whatever. Dispute is obviously very medium. Ox, I kind of want to keep the Ox just in case, but Brazen Borrower seems kind of terrible. And maybe the Chandra is not actually good. If I cut the Chandra, could do that. Seems fine still. I want a Braid to kill like Devil and things, obviously. It kills Oven as well. Yeah, I think we're going to try this. I think we're going to try this. This hand is interesting. It's slow, but I think I'm going to keep this hand. Iteration will be good for us. These are just great in the matchup, so I'm going to give it a try. Okay, that was a pretty good draw, too. Definitely going to opt on turn 1. There's a world where I play this on turn 2. I don't get greedy and just try and find an answer to this if I need to. Sure. Priest. Sure, we got to find an answer to this. That's going to the bottom. Okay, Aether Gust. I guess we can gust the elves. Or the goose. Kind of weak. I can't remember. Did I think I brought in Anger in this matchup, but maybe I didn't. I definitely should have. Anger is quite good against this deck. Okay, to leave this up, to not leave this up. I guess I just leave up Gust. Sure. Mayhem Devil. I think I'm going to Gust that. Put that away. Man, oh man. All right. Iteration time. I guess I'm going to just take draw spells. I'm going to put Consider into my hand. DRC back into the library. Opt into exile. Play the opt. And pass it over. Bottom that. Alright. Who knows? Maybe this hand was weak to keep. We're really spinning our wheels, which is obviously not good. But, oh, are they going to Coco here? Coco here is pretty gross. Coco here is really gross. Definitely Cocoing. Alright, let's hope my opponent's Cocos are as bad as my Cocos were. That was like a fairly medium Coco. I can accept that. Oh, it doesn't make me too angry. Yep, that's a devil. It is a devil. Okay. I think I'm trying to just like find a Faithless Looting so badly. Crackling Drake doesn't really do anything right now. I mean, that kills this priest. So I'm going to keep that. Would I like another blue or another red? Probably another blue for the moment. It's a braid down the priest. It's way more dangerous than devil at the moment. Sure. I'm gonna sack off the goose or what? Fine by me. Oh god, do they just have another collected company? That would be sickening. Okay, dude. Sure. It's pretty bad for me. Okay, Klothys. Right, that's their answer to stuff. So, okay. Let's just say go for now, I guess. Probably going to lose this one. Opponent's draw was a little too good, and mine just ended up being a real clunker. Maybe I wasn't supposed to keep it after all. Don't have the most experience with Phoenix, so thought keeping a slow, grindy one would be fine, but looks like that's not going to be the case. Beating this card is going to be, like, impossible. I guess I get another Gust. I'm going to opt. Maybe that's a reason to hit bottom. I have enough of those. I need a looting, please. Never finding a looting was pretty frustrating, too. We've really spun our wheels in this game. I think. Yeah, I've just got to find, like, an anger or a looting or something. Graveyard. Graveyard. Okay. At least it's not completely useless. But unfortunately, I would have needed another draw spell to get birds back with this. So technically, this isn't game yet if I draw a way to bounce this, but pretty bad for me. Pretty darn bad for me. Let's, I guess, go red source here. How many types do we have? Instant, land. Instant land. God, that's disgusting. Okay, go. Take 2 from Klothys. Hit their devil with this lightning axe. Get a trigger. Discard the bird, obviously. Do this. Discard a card. Target this. Discard one of these. Trigger. Spikefield Hazard. That does not deal with my issue. Don't think anything deals with my issue at this point, but here we are. Sure. Good game. Savage. Savage. But he is right. It is good game. I can't put one of them into your hand, one of them into exile. So I could, like, put the bird into hand, exile the looting. I mean, that's definitely the best out I have. This one into library. Exile this. If I hit another Aether Gust, I actually at least have a chance. Exile this. Okay. We did not hit what I needed to, so I believe we are dead here. Maybe the Brazen Borrower stays in for this. Alright, I don't know what compelled me to not bring an Anger, but that was horrendous. Just absolute garbage. Do I want both of these for Klothys? Maybe. Card's just, like, not good, though, is the issue. In the matchup, really at all. Alright, I probably don't want this with Klothys being a thing. And what else? Maybe one Crackling Drake, go down one Drake. Two could be fine. I don't know. I kind of like the card in the matchup a lot, though. It's just a big beater. I could, I guess, just board out and opt. There's nothing wrong with going down and opt. Makes my deck, like, slightly less consistent, but I like everything else quite a bit, so maybe I just go down and opt. I think that's probably what I'm going to do. There's an argument to go down to Drake, but I really like this card a lot in the matchup. It's a good alternate plan. It's good to have alternate plans. So we're going to keep all three. Let's board out a single cantrip. What in the heck is this? Oh my god. There's more where that came from. What's wrong, Teddy? Do you not like this? Spamming. I don't know. I don't know what its issue is. Who would do that? Alright. Can I find a Faithless Looting? That's what this hand is all about. I think I have to mulligan this. Like, considering to try and find looting is, like, so awkward. No removal is terrible. Obviously, if we find a looting, this hand could just, like, go off. I don't know. It's like, close. It's close, but I think it's bad. I'm going to mulligan this. All right, this hand is way better. I'm just going to keep this and get rid of a land. One of these. Goodbye. Spire Bluff, go. We'll just hold this for a while. Yep. It's pretty good. Play this. Go. Yep. Alright, this guy is getting angered. Opt. Bottom. I think my opponent's getting angered. Snap keep. Oh man. Yeah, I'm just gonna anger here. Let's get this 2-for-1. Cut my opponent back a mana. Next turn, iteration and dragon probably. Sure. one of them into hand. I think I like the consider. Some argument for another Sprite Dragon, though. Another Sprite Dragon will really put the clamps on them. It'll put a lot of pressure. But I think I like the consider more. The real question is, do I play this dragon right now? I think I do. If my opponent main phase Cocos, it's going to let me anger their board away, so... Yep. Goose, you got it. It's a goose. It's a priest. Okay, let's cast this consider. Do I like another Aether Gust? It's like fine. It's not amazing, but I don't think I do want it. But it is definitely an interesting card here. So I can like, yeah, I think I want to bin that. Much better. How do I want to play this? I think I iteration. One of them into my hand. Okay. I think I want to take this Crackling Drake. It's a nice threat. I think I'm going to have to let the other two go, unfortunately. One of them into your library, this one. Exile one of them. So I could obviously cast the Consider, but I think it's just much better to just Lightning Axe the Goose away. I could consider and try hitting a land. I really can't leave both these in play, though. This getting to Coco is just too bad. I really don't want to get Woe Stridered here exactly. Question is, maybe I just kill this. Maybe I let him have a Coco. I'm going to let my opponent have a Coco because I have the anger. It's the only reason. And they have to like do it main phase too, or I get to gust them. So this all works out fine. Leave my dragon alone, man. What did it ever do to you? Okay, and they did have a Woe Strider, so I'm really happy with the way I sequenced here. Yep, this guy is just getting angered. Angered. I think. Because anger triggers and puts a counter on this, so it won't matter if he gives this -1/-1. He can sack for a treasure, which is kind of annoying. But yeah, the anger is just like so good here. Let's just do that. Yep. Treasure. Yep. Okay. Counter. There was some argument to do this first, but I think this just sets me up really well. Plays into your anger better, yeah. Yeah, it does. 5 you. Go. I think we're in pretty good shape here. Yep. Aether Gust for the Coco is nice. Crackling Drakes are nice. It's just a goose. I don't care about that. Okay, that's a really good draw. This turn I am going to deploy one of these. If I hit a land here, I'm going to heat this as well. Okay, fine. 5 it. Go. Feel like they don't have Coco, or they probably would have used it, right? I don't know. Maybe they were trying to get the goose in to set up for a better Coco. They can add mana with that. That's pretty good. Pretty scary. Bolas's Citadel. All right, well. Oh, that's terrifying. Innkeeper's pretty scary, too. There's the land. So if they have another land, they're probably dead. Really need to not... I mean, they don't have Woe Strider or anything yet, so... Llanowar Elves out of the hand. You got it. Gain a life. You got it. Killing your goose and killing you. Killing your goose and killing you, friend. Nothing else really matters here. I want to leave this up just in case. Triggers. They can gain some life off food. Firmly in the driver's seat. Yes, sir. Took care of business. All right. 6 and 2. Not too bad. Not too bad. Honestly, game 2 would have been a lot easier, too, if I just would have put Angers in my deck. I have no idea why I didn't bring that card in. It was very bad sideboarding, but it was me just boarding too quickly, not thinking enough. It's all right. We got him in game 3. Okie dokie. Next one. Let's see how we can do in this one. Yeah, this hand is insane. Keep. Mystical Dispute just being a cancel will be good enough if it's not a blue deck, and if it is a blue deck, well, good for me. Channeler, go. Looks like it's a blue deck. So I'm just going to play this here. Just going to play this here. There's no reason to consider yet. Sure. Consider. Opt. Opt is fine. But binning it may be better. It's going to let me churn through way more cards. So I'm actually going to bin it. Do I want a third copy of Iteration? I mean, I'm playing against Niv. It seems pretty good to just have 3 iterations, honestly. Just hit my lands. Yeah, I think I am actually just going to keep this. We're just going to 2-for-1 our opponent all day long. Okay, that's fine. Iteration. I think I want to keep this because that's going to be what I exile to... Yeah, I'm going to keep this. Put one of them into hand, this one. One of them to this one. One of them to exile, this one. Play this. Cast Looting. Trigger. Another DRC. Seems okay, honestly. I think I'm going to keep that. This is about to be a creature in the yard anyway. So yeah, I'm going to keep that there. It's a pretty good threat. Discard 2. Do we have any lands in there yet? No. So if I discard a land, that will give me Delirium. I don't hate that, because the iterations want to hit lands anyway, so let's do this to get some Delirium going. Make this Darcy more of an issue for my opponent. Make this one more of an issue as well. Okay. Tap land. You got it. Is my guy dead to Lightning Helix? No. Okay. Let's do a little bit of iterating. Let's see if we can find an Unholy Heat. That's just going to go in the graveyard. I don't need more of those. Looking for Unholy Heat now, or Lightning Axe. Okay, put one of them into my hand. And this one, I guess it doesn't really matter. I guess I'll put this one into my hand and exile the Falls. It's completely irrelevant. I think I'm gonna. So it sucks the center's tapped. So maybe I should have taken the Steam Vents because that would have been a better tap land. But it'll still be okay. Lightning Axe, kill this, discard a card, target this. They're just gonna pitch an Opt. The Dispute I like because it's gonna counter a Niv Mizzet. So let's get rid of an Opt here. And I do have a Phoenix in here, so it does really suck that I didn't take Steam Vents. I should have thought more about that because I would have gotten the bird back here, but that's all right. It's no big deal. You just do it again later. Still feel very good about our position in this. Another iteration's just going to keep giving us a bunch of card advantage. Dispute's going to counter a Niv. If they play this Channeler, if they kill this Channeler, just have another one. Yep. Okay, so I want to get Bird back here for sure, so I'm going to forego getting this into play for now because I want to go iteration, opt, get back the Bird, and leave up Dispute. I don't know. I could also just, like, playing this is, like, fine, I suppose, too. But I think, I don't know. Playing this, I guess, lets me set up more birds later. Let's actually do this. Let's iteration. It's a pretty good one to exile to iteration, so I'm going to keep this. Put one of them into my hand. Consider and exile the Pathway, I think. Into your library. This one. And exile this. Play this on blue. And again, I just want to leave up Counterspell here, so I'm not going to go for the bird right now. There's no reason to. I can bird later. Let's just make sure Niv doesn't resolve, or Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, cards that could actually beat me. Yep. Slam that Niv, baby. Slam it. Slam the Niv into this Dispute, please. One time. One-time dealer. Thank you. No thanks. Trigger. Lightning Axe. No thanks. Get that out of my house. I could do one of these now to try and, like, really turbo out birds. And maybe I'm supposed to do that. Because I have the looting here anyway. So I am going to do this. Unholy Heat, no. Bottom. It's annoying. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. First things first, let's consider. We're trying to hit more birds. Trying to hit more birds. Nope. I'm going to graveyard that. That's pretty darn good. That doesn't die to Deafening Clarion, so I kind of like that. Do I just play that right now? There's definitely an argument to just play that right now, honestly. And just still not get the bird back yet, which is obviously really weird, but it's been kind of a strange game. But I think playing the Crackling Drake is good, because if my opponent like goes for Niv, I can just win by finaleing back an Unholy Heat. They just like have to answer this card, so I'm pretty into this. Gas. Straight gas, baby. Straight gas. Gasoline. And I can pretty free opt on the end step because the finale just lets me get birds back, so it's a pretty free opt here. This deck's a lot of fun to play. You know, talk about a deck with a million decisions, tons of deck manipulation. Very fun. They have to deal 2 damage and draw 2, discard 2. Deal. Have to essentially 3-for-1 themselves on this, because the draw 2, discard 2 is not actually advantage. And then I guess they're going to Helix here, and then I just play another one. All right, they didn't have it. Unlucky. Very unlucky. All right, Aether Gust, gas, Dispute, gas. Narset, probably gas. It's going to 2-for-1 my opponent, which I like. Pretty into it. Pretty into Chandra as well. Chandra is a little more awkward because they play the 2-mana Exile card. So I don't like this one as much as I like Narset, but Narset's always going to get me the value. What do I not like here? Are they playing like Rest in Peace? They probably are playing Rest in Peace, right? It would make sense. So maybe I want a borrower, another borrower as well. It's also a flashy threat, which is kind of good. I'm going to assume that they do play like Rip or some really annoying stuff post board for my graveyard. So let's cut like Ox. Lightning Axes are mostly bad, but they do kill Kavu, so that's something to keep in mind. Finale of Promise is probably garbage, again, if they have like ripping things. Do I want these for Kavu? I think I do. I need to respect Kavu. Oh, this is tough. It's a tough one. Maybe I do just get rid of these. Maybe the heats are enough. I guess I can always bounce them with Borrower and do annoying stuff like that too, so... I think, again, I'm just going to go down like a single copy of a draw spell. The nice thing about Consider being printed is you can kind of trim draw spells way easier than you used to be able. We have 12 now in this deck, so... Well, how's this for a hand? That's a atrocious hand. This hand is gas, though. I'm going to keep this. Do I loot on 1? This hand might actually loot on 1. What do I get rid of here? I like Narset because it's going to be some advantage for me. I like the looting. I think I like the heat. Maybe it's just the Gust. I don't hate getting rid of Gust. Although Gust is kind of like my answer to a Kavu, but we're just going to hope they don't turn to a Kavu. Their mana's kind of garbage, so turn 2ing a Kavu's tough for them. Let's do this. This deck looks so fun. It is, yeah. I enjoy this deck a lot. I always like testing it. Very, very fun to play. Alright, so we're going to do this. Question is, do we looting now or do we looting later? Do we looting now? Do we looting later? I think I'm going to loot now. I have 1 free discard, which is good. But if the thing that's interesting about it is if I looting on, this is what I want to do on 3 anyway. I don't know, maybe I actually wait. I don't have to looting yet. Let's just wait. Let's get more information. Please do not play a Kavu right now. Kavu, oh god. Oh god. Okay, that's not a Kavu. This was, okay. I'm just going to do this and still not Faithless looting. I'd like to be able to get the Phoenix back the turn that I do the looting, so I'm probably going to wait till turn 4 to loot. So I'm going to play Narset and Minus this turn. If they have a Helix, good for them. I 2-for-1 them. If they have the Exile spell, good for them. I 2-for-1 them. This isn't even black mana, so it's going to... Alright, and that's why you wait right there on... Alright, we're going to play this. Kohan! Thanks a lot for the like, dude. Appreciate you, man. Activate. They can Helix it. That's fine with me. Take a Consider. Kill my Narset with a Helix. Yep, cool. 2-for-1 you. You got it. The birds are coming, opponent. The birds are coming. Ashiok. That's a bad time to Ashiok. Opponent's not going to like what's coming. Unholy Heat can hit Ashiok too, so we can just get everything back here. Let's start with a looting, I think. Yeah. Okay, birds. See you later. Let's consider off this. Oh, we're going to keep that. Decline. I was going to shock just to bluff having it, but now we actually have it. So decline. Get these back. Kill your Ashiok. 3U. Go. Go, go, go. Aw. Not playing your Niv. Okay. Combat. Attack for 6. Play this. Play a Spire Bluff Canal. Say go. I think. Does this deck typically play Mystical Dispute? I guess they could be playing Dispute, and I don't want to get blown out by anything ridiculous. So maybe I just shock myself. Yeah, I'm just going to shock myself. I think the life loss is just like so irrelevant. I just don't want my opponent to randomly dispute my dispute if they go land Niv. So let's not even allow that to be a possibility. Go ahead. My opponent goes for something on... Okay, that's completely fine. Fatal Push. Yep. You got it. Mm-hmm. Do I want to go for more birds? It's a possibility. I think this is pretty free. Let's just do this. Graveyard that. Take action. Okay. Not a great draw, but... Do I want to do this? No, not really. Combat. Hit ya. Lightning Helix. Do I Unholy Heat this to prevent the life gain? I might do that, honestly. I think I'm fine with that. Targeting this one. Yeah. Would like you to not gain life, please. I think I am going to play this land. I might want mana, so... Go. Sure. Resolves. Kavu also resolves. It's actually great for me. It's a thing I can kill on my turn. Alright, let's cast the Opt first. Bottom. Consider. Yeah, I'm pretty into a Consider. Bin that. Take action. Bin it. So, take action. Oh, that's a pretty good draw too, huh? Kill your guy. Get back 2 more birds. 9 you. Wabam. Go ahead. Sure. So they have to literally hit the sweeper here, and that won't even exile, because this deck doesn't usually play Anger. Yep, just die into the birds. Birds, birds, birds. Too good. Puts us to 7-2 on the day. Forgot to upgrade or update the record going into that one, but 7-2 on the day. Let's go ahead and hop in another one. I think we're almost to diamond, which is pretty sick. Also had the dispute. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, and still had the Drake as well. Even if our opponent did like anger us or whatever, we were still in great position to win. No way they were going to win. Yeah, no, they would have needed some kind of miracle to win that game. Some kind of miracle. Maybe me fainting at my computer would have been good enough. That's about what they needed for that win. All right, win and die rolls. That's always nice. Sorcery instant. This card's kind of awkward with this one, but I mean it's not amazing, but it is good enough. This card is just so broken that I'm willing to keep a hand, and this is obviously good. We're gonna keep this. I'm gonna play this on 1, I think. I'm convinced. Yeah, it's definitely a good one. Ooh, that's a really nice draw. Just going to play this and pass it over to our opponent. Could be a few things with this as their lead. Okay. Probably going to kill whatever they do. Expert, huh? So I have to show them a card and then discard it. Well, I kind of just want to discard this, to be honest with you. It's just a 1-2, and I have Finale to get it back later anyway. I want my lands. I think I want my lands. There's an argument to discard this land, but we don't know that this is going to hit a land for sure. Although, We kind of needed to hit a land to get the 2-for-1 off it. So actually, I'm going to discard a land. Changed my mind. Going to discard the land. Could get very punished if I don't hit a land, but we want the iteration to hit a land anyway. I'm not killing this. There's no way. No way I'm killing that. Okay, that's pretty good, I think. All right, we hit a land. One of them into my hand. The opt. Opt into hand, please. One of them into your library. The Steam Vents. Then exile this one. Play this one. And pass. Probably going to be opting here. We're looking for like a looting. Looting would be gas. One is good. Go blank. Okay. That's annoying, but we can definitely beat it. What are the 2 cards I really don't need in this hand? Phoenix seems like whatever. I actually think I can maybe get rid of a Phoenix, although it is a threat, so maybe I'm supposed to keep it. This card we can still probably get good value out of, because I'm just going to opt on the end step. We don't have a sorcery yet, so maybe this is supposed to be a pitch. I know I'm supposed to keep the land. There's no question there. So I could just get... The Unholy Heat seems terrible, right? It just doesn't do anything. So let's get rid of that. I'm definitely getting rid of that, and then it becomes a question of what to get rid of next. Part of me wants to keep this, really. But I guess the only sorceries in the deck are more iterations. And if I draw another iteration, I'm in great shape anyway. Alright, I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to cast this opt. DRC. Nah. Not very interested in that. That was not a great draw. That was also not a great draw. Yuck, 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 yuck. I'm going to play the good land. And we're just going to cast this. Jesus. Yeah, Finale is what I ended up discarding. I have no idea if that was a good call or not, but... Alright, I'm definitely pitching a land. I'd rather just cast this, so... we're going to just pitch the basic mountain. There's a Fatal Push. Fatal Push would be gross here. Triggered off the Kroxa. Okay, that's fine. I'll reveal a land to you. Enjoy. Enjoy my land, sir. Play this. Play this. 7 you. Go. Well, they don't have a second red. They keep playing these on black. It's a little weird. Tiny Bones. Sure, that's pretty annoying. Thoughtseize. Thoughtseize me. Inquisition me. Removal. That's really annoying. Kolaghan's Command getting the discard's pretty tilting. Alright. I kind of just want to fire this up and attack. I think that has a little more value. I mean, the Unholy Heat on Tiny Bones is, like, fine. It's pretty close, actually. Pretty close. Because I'm probably... It's pretty high odds I'm going to have to discard this card. So I guess, whatever. I'm just going to kill this. And say go. Rack effects? Yeah, there are. The 2-mana one. Waste Not. Waste Not is in this format, so... It's a pretty good one. It's obviously, it's not quite a rack effect, but, you know, it's... Are they going to send one? I'm surprised they're not leaving the double block up for the Den, but I guess maybe they're planning to trade Hive. I'd just like to string draw spells here. That'd be pretty nice. Iteration into, like, opt, or consider opt. Interesting. That's kind of good, honestly. I'm just going to attack for 5 and not let my opponent put more cards in their graveyard. Off trading with Den. I don't think they can deal with the Drake, hopefully, so. Okay. Go. There's a village. I mean, if they had village rights, they would have played it, right? What the heck is this? Kolaghan's Command? Kolaghan's Command, I discard, you return something, and then I respond and bounce and just cast the Borrower, probably. Bounce Expert, cast Borrower, because Expert doesn't really do anything anymore. Target player discards 2 damage to any target. Response. Bounce. And technically I can just wait to play this. There's no reason to put it in right now, so... 2 damage to me, discard. Yeah, you got it. Cool. Enjoy your useless 1-2. Well, that's a good reason to not fire up the Den, was K-Command. Alright, gotcha. Take that, Mr. Main Deck Go Blank. Alright, I'm bringing negates for Go Blank. Very not interested in that. Narset's a 2-for-1. Chandra should be pretty good. Soul Guide Lantern should also be pretty good against Kroxa. Dispute I don't like. Borrower seems terrible. Honestly, the removal felt pretty bad too. Lightning Axe is awful. And probably 2 Unholy Heath. I mean, they do have Tiny Bones. So maybe I should respect Tiny Bones a little bit. Probably cut this. This is so bad against Go Blank. And claps. Claps for Steven. Thank you very much. Appreciate the claps. Because of time, I want to respect Tiny Bones, so I'm going to leave this in my deck. That's the only reason all 4 are going to stay in, especially on the draw. Aethergust is good against exactly Kroxa, but it seems kind of terrible. I think I'd rather just have the Soul Guide Lanterns, be happy with that. I might just trim a singular draw spell again. It seems to be a pretty good thing to do. Obviously, Ox is like really bad if they get it with Go Blank, but this card's going to be insane off the top, and will be very good if they don't get a resolve with Go Blank. So let's just go down and opt again. I'm fine with that. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this. Yikes. Yikes. You want to talk about a bad hand. It's too bad. This hand's like perfect if it has blue, but... Oh boy. Oh god. Oh boy, oh boy. Can the opt help us out of this spot? We might just kind of have to hope it can. I think I'm going to keep this. Not super interested in Phoenix right now. I guess Crackling Drake is pretty bad too, but I think I like Crackling Drake more than Bird at the moment. I don't know. Obviously, Looting is really good. If I draw Looting, it's good with the Bird. I kind of want to just like keep this because it's a really good maybe I keep the Bird because my opponent's a discard deck. What if I just get rid of this? I guess I just get rid of this. These are both so good against Kroxa that I'm encouraged to keep them. I don't know. This is kind of awkward. Bottoming this sucks because this card is so good, but... Well, that's pretty gas. I'm going to hold that, though, believe it or not. I would rather just opt. I want to hold cards like this in my hand for Kroxa, is why I'm waiting. Waste not. God dang it. That's pretty bad for me, because this makes looting actually terrible. Actively terrible. Well, we're going to keep that. Play that. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I was supposed to loot. No clue. It's pretty gross. Do I want to play this yet? I can just like play this and pop it for a card that actually has some amount of merit to it. I think I'm going to do that. It's a little awkward. Now I'm not bluffing a counter spell, a negate, but my opponent probably wouldn't have played around it anyway, and technically this still represents Spell Pierce. Okay. I'm going to pop this off for a card. Okay, that's pretty good. I'm going to discard Bird because on my turn I can go kill your 2/2, opt, and looting, and get the bird back. So check out my bird. Okay. Let's do this. Let's hover over this. It's not. Discards a land card, add mana. Let's just give my opponent a bunch of mana here. Should be kind of funny. This is weird. This is really weird. I kind of don't really want to discard this and expose it to like Waste Not, but or not Waste Not, but Go Blank. But maybe I'm supposed to do that. The problem with giving my opponent mana too is then they can K command me here, which is kind of garbage. But whatever. I have just gotta give them mana. This and this. I want my spells. Have mana. Sprite Dragon. I don't really like this very much, honestly. It's like fine, but I'd rather draw something else. Okay. Unholy Heat this. Get my bird back. Opponent didn't have K command, so that's pretty nice. Go Blank will be really bad for me here, but not a ton I can do about it. Go Blank is just very good against this deck. Being on a mulligan really sucked too. Alright. This card is effectively useless now, so I'm just gonna... I think I still, if I flood, I can like cast this, which is very good. So I think I'm just gonna do this. These cards, again, just kind of do nothing. It's awkward that my opponent, I think, gets to draw a card off the Waste Not here, but kind of just had to do that, I think. Okay. Play this. Yeah, we're racing for now. We're in pretty rough shape. I'm not confident we'll be able to win this. We need like an untapped land off the top. If we get an untapped land off the top, just a 5-mana 5/3 draw 3 will be very, very good. But yeah, here it goes to the graveyard, unfortunately, and my opponent gets another 2/2, which is quite bad. Quite bad. Yep, that's a tiny bones. You got a tiny boy. It's pretty much about it for this game. I need something insane to win this. That is not it. I'm just gonna like fire this up and block, but pretty egregiously bad. Yeah, no, it is. It is for sure. It is for sure. I think we can go to the next one here. That's enough of this. Could try and fight through that, but I'm pretty off it. Okay. Do I want these for Go Blank as well? I'm on the play, so it'll actually tag it, which is interesting. Yeah, how exactly do I want to go about this? Maybe this card is just nonsense and isn't actually good. It's pretty hard to set it up, so let's just cut this. Let's bring the opt back in, be a little more clean. I don't love Dragon Rage Channeler, to be completely honest with you, either. I might like a Dispute over a Channeler, but we are on the play, so this gets to get some good pressure. All right, let's go ahead. Let's try this. Hopefully we don't have to mulligan. Okay, this is definitely a keep. The only question is opt versus consider. Opt is probably a little better, I guess. Because I want Phoenixes right now in my hand anyway, so I'd keep it regardless. I guess consider... I guess I would maybe still spin it, though, regardless. I don't know. Does it matter? The question is, does it matter? This feeds my graveyard later, so maybe that's relevant. With the Go Blanks, a looting. I don't want 2 lootings at all. Let's bottom that. I'm very not interested in 2 copies of Faithless Looting right now. Okay, that's pretty good. I can just do that here. And then play the Sprite Dragon. So let's do that. 1, yep, go. Kill spell. Brutal. Okay. I think I'm gonna... I'd like to leave up consider into negate. I guess I could technically consider right now. Because if I hit another dragon, I'd be interested. I'm going to bin that. So take action. Okay. That will be good. And now that I don't have the negate, I'm just going to play this tapped, I think. Okay. Go. If my opponent plays a go... Okay, that's totally fine. Do I kill this right now? I think I do, because I just want to play this next turn. Get out of here. Get out of here, tiny bones. Had enough of your foolishness. All right. I think this is going to be a red source. And I just slam this. 2 very free discards to go blank. It's their card disadvantage anyway. Just hope my opponent can't kill the Drake. Discard these lootings. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. And now we're just going to play a bird and get in for 9. 9 you. Go. If he go blanks me again, he's dead. Okay. Languish. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Do I use this? I suppose let's see what is on top of our deck. Consider. I'm going to keep this. All right. Can I hit a spell with this? We just have to hit any spell, and we get 2 looks. I think I'm supposed to do this and try and get the Phoenix back out of my yard. Playing this is also very, very debatable, though. I guess go blank is going to get a Phoenix no matter what. So I'm just... Never mind. I'm just going to play the bird. I'm just going to play the bird. I could have tried getting this bird back, but I don't think it actually mattered. Sure. Yep. All right, iteration off the top. About sick of that. About sick of all these lands. I am going to hold this in my hand. About sick of just drawing frickin' lands every turn when we need some card advantage. I brought a lot in, too, is the annoying thing. I have the Chandra, I have the Narset, I still have all the iterations, obviously. Inscription of Ruin. You got it, boss. Of course, another land. Why not? Why would it be anything else? Put you to 1. I'm just going to say go. I mean, it makes looting like a real draw if I hold these cards. Can you beat a bird? Nope. Cannot beat a single copy of Arclight Phoenix. Sweet deck. Sick deck. All right. Nice. On to Diamond. On to 8-2. 3-0 with this deck. Play a couple more with this, and then we'll probably try Black-Red Lurrus next. So you only got about an hour left, so maybe just this for the rest of the day. We'll see. Blue-Red Phoenix. Back into the maw we go. Face is the place. Smork. Don't you have a red land that pings for 1 damage? Yeah, technically I do. Yep. Spikefield Hazard. Pretty nice when you can win a matchup like that when you never draw any of your card advantage sources. No iterations. No Narset, no Chandra. All of them would have been just straight fire in that matchup, but it's all right. We got them anyway. We just played birds. Just played 3/2s with flying and haste, and they were good enough. This stuff, I mean, this hand just has to be a mulligan, right? I mean, it's just like, if we don't hit a looting, it just doesn't do anything. Yeah, I'm gonna mull this. Alright, this hand is gas. Is 3 too many? The answer is probably no, honestly. The answer is probably no. This card is just so insane. I might even just like play one on turn 2. The way this hand goes along, but no, I'm just going to keep all my iterations. This card is just unbelievable. Alright, it's Niv again. Probably Niv again. Could be other stuff too, but pretty sure I am just going to play one of these on turn 2, but okay, never mind. Probably not Niv if they're playing that. It's probably just Jeskai control, I guess. Do I just play an iteration? I guess I just don't have to. No, that's fine. We'll just wait on these. I'd like them to be 2-for-1s. Sure. One of them into my hand. So that's going to be Bird into hand. Consider into exile. Steam Vents back into deck. Hand into your library. Steam Vents. Exile one of them. Consider. And I'm going to play Island and cast this Consider. No, that seems fairly good. Let's probably... it's actually kind of medium with the way the hand sets up, though. Maybe I actually do just get rid of this. Maybe we can do better than this. I don't know. It seems like a pretty okay threat, though. We'll keep it. It was close. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush, as they say. Is that what they're saying? It's pretty gas. Just going to play this. One of them into my hand. I guess I'd rather have more lands than another Lightning Axe against this deck, so into my hand. One of them into the library, this one, and exile this one. Do I play a threat and just let it kind of die? It's a little awkward just throwing it away, but we have to worry a lot about Teferi right now. This whole game is going to come down to, can I beat this Teferi that's going to come down next turn? Maybe I just do nothing. Maybe I bluff like the Dispute. I really hate just giving this to a Lightning Helix. It's kind of embarrassing. Let's just pass. Goldspan Dragon, huh? I guess I'm going to Lightning Helix that. That's pretty wild. Lightning Axe, discard Bird. Hopefully they don't have negate. Okay. That's awesome, man. It looked like gas. It looked like gas, so I'm not surprised. We're in trouble against this Goldspan, though. It's awkward I didn't keep that other Lightning Axe. Thought we were playing against a normal Jeskai control deck. This is clearly not a normal Jeskai control deck. Alright. My turn. Man, oh man. Do I want a dragon and then iteration? I guess. Problem is then we still just cannot get this out of range. No, I don't actually want a dragon here. I want a iteration and just hit spells. Let's just spell this turn. Spell it up. One of them into your hand. The looting. One of them into your library. Probably this. Could just be the den. I guess we could just cast this Spikefield Hazard for 1 damage. The den could matter, though. I'm going to put this away. Exile this. Cast an Opt. Phoenix, I'll keep that. Let's cast a looting. That's pretty good. How are we for Delirium right now? We're at 3 types. What are we missing? Creature, instant, sorcery, so I need a land. Thank you, Jaren, for liking the stream. Appreciate that, my friend. Let's pitch these. Play this. I guess we're just going to let the den go, folks. Do you have another counterspell? Be pretty disgusting if they do. I guess I didn't need to Unholy Heat right now, but could have done it on their turn, but I still think it was fine. Birds. Here come the birds. I have a feeling my opponent's going to start putting birds into play too. And not Arclight Phoenixes. I'm talking about just natty birds. Just Alrund's Epiphany birds. Feels like that's what they're probably doing with Goldspan Dragon, is casting Alrund's Epiphany. We'll see, though. Yep. Alrund's Epiphany. Main deck Anger. What you got? What do you have, opponent? Looking at their cards in their graveyard. Interesting. Interesting. Kill a bird. No, do nothing. Okay. Do nothing. How do I want to do this? Part of me feels like you might have like Lightning Helix and things like that, so I don't even necessarily still even want to play these cards. What if I just move in for 6? That seems like a pretty safe start. I don't like playing either of these. I feel like my opponent might have something, so yeah, and they do. That's kind of what I thought. Resolves. All right, and now I'm fine with playing this. I also have Delirium now too, which is pretty gasoline, but do I want to play the land? It gives me more mana, so I probably do. I think I like having more lands in play. Do this. Go. Oh, yeah. Baiting the Helix on the Phoenix. The Dream. Oh, mutate, huh? Okay. Whenever this card mutates, non-creature 3 or less. Gross. Gross. So there's playing Jeskai Mutate in Historic. Oh, God. Oh, my God. I could try to find an answer for this. That may be the play. Let's try and find an Unholy Heat. Bin that. Bin or bottom this. Consider. Okay, well I can keep digging and I'm going to. Bin that. Graveyard that. Okay, well that's at least a good card. Alrighty, get your triggers. Yep. Negate in hand. Sure. Well, they're at least out of action now. Huh. So with them being like out of action like this, would they counter a looting? They probably would not counter a looting. But I could just resolve this and say beat me with a top deck. Oh, but if they top deck well, we are dead. Just so dead. I really don't care about this card very much at all anymore. I don't know. Maybe the looting is where I want to go with this. And we have another bird in there too. Yeah, I'm going to loot. Is that tapping fine? Yeah, probably. Okay, that's actually pretty good. That is pretty okay. Discard this. And discard this. These two are horrid. Looting. Discard those. Maybe. Actually, that's kind of interesting. So the question is the borrower actually good? That's the real question. Does borrower do literally anything? I don't think it actually does. Let's get rid of it. Okay, well, I do like this, obviously, so I'm just going to get rid of these. I think opponent does just have a negate, so they can technically counter this. Maybe this is better. Let's actually get rid of those. Negate kind of just closes the door. Does this thing have first strike too? Are you kidding me? Why does this have first strike? Garbage. Well, whatever. We're going to attack anyway. I'm fine with birds dying. Please do not draw a mutate creature. Probably cannot beat a mutate creature, honestly. I think they drew a mutate creature because they're taking a peek at their graveyard. Okay. They're going to play this. I could do this right now, or I could wait. I guess I'm fine with doing it right now. It's not too bad to do it now. The thing about waiting, though, is then next turn I'm like 100% to do the Phoenix thing, but I guess I'm like 100% to do that now anyway. Yeah, let's cast this iteration. Really negating that, huh? It's aggressive. I do think I'm going to opt just to get the other bird back. It's fine with me. Bottom this. Draw. Sure, that's staying in my hand. Why did I not what? Was that not 3 spells? I thought that was 3 spells. Oh, Drake. Alright, that's pretty awkward. I was not supposed to manage it that way. Completely forgot that Drake was the first spell I played there, but... Oh, God. Oh, my God. Are you... Yep. Yep. Hazards it. That's all right. We can still work our way back. At least our opponent's not actually generating a huge amount of card advantage with all this yet. Would they counter the looting? They might. They might counter the looting. I think I make him do it, though. Oh. I think I just play this, because next turn it can attack. Another kill spell, of course. How many, like, draw spells do I even have left? I've used all my iterations. That's really bad. Consider's pretty good. I think I'm going to wait on this, though. Because if he negates this, if he gets the read and negates this, I really hate that. So let's just be patient, I think. Sure. Dispute. It still doesn't do very much. How many unholy heats have we seen? Just 2 copies? Alright, I'm going to go for a consider here. He counters it, he counters it. I'm not afraid of it. Decline. I will keep that, absolutely. Is that fine tapping? Not really. Well, actually, yeah, it doesn't matter. Play this. That's not terrible either, I guess. Play this. Go. Okay. Okay. Yep. Yep. I can mutate, but I can dispute. Obviously, then my opponent still... Alright, dispute. Let's trigger the channeler. They have to use the negate now. Graveyard that. Yep. I need an Unholy Heat or a Lightning Axe very badly. So what? They get to put 2 instants of sorceries back in their hand, and they get to cast 2 for free. Those into hand. Yep. I don't think we're winning this game. It's going to be pretty tough to get this. I'm going to need a draw spell here for sure. Well, that's pretty darn good, actually. So we just need to find the Unholy Heat. Finale of Promise. That's actually gas. That is straight gas. Keep that. Oh, yeah. Okay. Pitch these. So, I want a what? Finale for 2? There is an Unholy Heat in here, right? And this can do X or less? Yeah. Just making sure there's a single Unholy Heat in my graveyard. There is. Okay. Expressive. Yeah, I guess we'll keep this. Seems fine. I don't want to mill anymore at this point anyway. Uh, one of them into my hand. The Unholy Heat, I guess. Into your library. This one, exile one of them. This one. Combat. Birds. Hit you for a lot. Well, I guess we have a chance again, chat. Yep. So, what? Iteration. Probably have to start with an iteration. I can't imagine they do anything else. Yep. Finale of Promise. Straight gas. Straight fire. Yep, you got another land drop. I don't care at all about that. This has been a heck of a game one. Heck of a game one. I think I gotta just like draw 2 off this charm. Stealing Channelers does not seem good enough. But who knows, maybe it is. Alright, I need to be very careful about how I play this game. I just don't want to deck. I think the first thing I'm going to do is just attack all. I mean, this seems like very free. Attack all. He'll try stealing my Channeler. I can Unholy Heat it in response. Like, does he even have Delirium? Instant, creature, sorcery. No. He doesn't have Delirium, so this can't even block. So never mind. I'm not even going to respond to this. Creature, sorcery, instant. Yeah, that resolves. I want to be able to counter a Lightning Helix. And I could still just kill it, but I'd rather just counter the life gain on a Helix. Oh, there's the land. That's annoying, but that's fine. I'm just going to kill my own bird. Another Helix keeps my opponent like exactly alive. Okay, whatever, dude. Fine by me. Play this. I'm not going to shock it. There's no reason for that. Put this in. Get rid of land, 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 land. There's still one land left. It's all the lands that I can't use. And then I guess Mystical Dispute and an Opt. Those will be my 8. Okay, just gonna hold all this. Go ahead. Next turn I can cast 3 spells and get all my birds back again. The opponent should still be dead here. Okay. Yep. Okay. Consider... Well, how many cards do I got? 5? Bringing the house, baby. The birds are back. That's fair, Matt. I'll check it out tonight, I'm sure. All right, that was a sick win right there. That was a sick win. All right, I'm going to bring in... Fry is actually gas. Can't be countered and kills the white mutate guy, so it's definitely solid. Abrade's fine for the same reason, though. Chandra seems pretty good. Soul Guide Lantern's actually really nice. Nuke in their graveyard. I feel like Little Idiots that die to Lightning Helix is not what I want in this matchup. I might not even want DRC, which is weird, but Borrower's kind of terrible. I want another Dispute for sure. Do I want the Negates? Negate is medium. Negate is very medium. I don't think Channeler is actually good. I really don't. My opponent's going to have a lot of answers to it, too. I kind of like Narset. I kind of just want to be like a control deck in these post-board games. Maybe one copy of Fry. It can line up pretty badly, but just having a single copy for the Legend isn't terrible. Negate's not bad either. Negate to counter like Iteration and things. So maybe I want a single copy of Negate. Finale, I think I like... I wish this deck had more sorceries. Finale actually isn't like that amazing. I'm actually going to cut it. It was really good that game, but I don't think it's typically going to be as good as it was there. And I'm just going to bring in another Gate. Yeah, let's try this. Let's try this. Really have no idea how I'm supposed to sideboard here, but I feel like this approach is fine. Yeah, keeping that, absolutely. Has some draw spells, has removal. It's exactly where I want to be. Abrade's pretty good too. Just play this. This isn't killing anything in this matchup, so yeah, I think I just play this as a land here. Play an island and say go. Non-combat damage, prevent that damage, and put a +1/+1 counter. Yikes. That's disgusting. Oh my god, that's annoying. Yeah, I'm aware, opponent. Hello. Okay, do I want to keep this? It's a good thing to discard, I guess. It's awkward that I didn't consider. But I don't think it's actually very good. Let's bottom it. Okay. Yeah, how do I beat this? This card is such a huge issue. God dang, man. Let's see if we can find something, I guess. Take a consider. So I guess I need Brazen Borrowers in this matchup for this specific thing. I can't even remember if I left him in. Yeah, it's pretty disgusting. I mean, I can't beat this. Like, I don't even know if I had left in Borrower. One of them into my hand. I guess we take the Iteration. One of them into your library, this one. One of them into exile, this one. Play this. Play, what is this? That's 8, right? 8 cards, so I got a Soul Guide Lantern. Pretty sure I cut Brazen Borrower, but I literally cannot remember, so we're going to keep playing this game and see if we can not die. You think it's hilarious, Matt. I think it's frickin' disgusting. Storm Wild Caprador. Historic All-Star. Let's one of them into my hand. I guess the Dispute. I'm into your library. This one. All right, let's try and hit some lands. Okay, we hit some lands. Consider and an Ox, I believe, are what I'm going to discard here. So frickin' stupid, man. All right. Consider. Take action, I guess. It doesn't really do anything. I'm going to draw a card off this. Okay. Okay. Cast to consider. Let's just keep spinning our wheels, I suppose. Graveyard this. Okay. Do this. Okay. Can't beat it. Unbelievable, man. You can look at yourself. Oh, that's fair. I didn't realize that was an option. Yeah, we did cut these. Okay. Well, these have to come in. I mean, that card is a huge problem. God. That card is gross. Borrower is the only interaction I have for it. It's super good in this matchup. Jesus Christ. Maybe I do need my creatures then to, like, have an alternate way to maybe beat that card. I don't know. That is really gross. Alright. I guess this plan is not good. The control plan's not going to work if he's playing cards like that. Still like the negates. Do I want these still? Do I want to bring these back, should I say? I guess I am on the play now, which is nice. Does help me really feed that graveyard, but the question is at that point, what am I cutting? There has to be some amount of removal. Maybe a Braid isn't actually good. Maybe that was incorrect. Maybe the Lanterns aren't actually good. Let's try bringing some of these back in. I just cut some draw spells. Could also not worry about negate. Maybe negates, whatever. I do like Dispute because it can also counter that stinking thing. But I guess I'll cut negates and I'll trim a singular draw spell or a singular removal spell here. Get rid of a draw spell, I guess. Okay, we're going to try this again. That sideboard plan is pretty disgusting against blue-red. Pretty disgusting against any red deck, honestly. Yeah, whatever, man. We'll keep it. This is not a great hand, but I am going to keep it. We need to find some more card draw. It's kind of hard to bin that. I'm going to keep it. Or to bottom that, rather. That's a terrible draw. Alright. Go. Not going to do this until we have a better spot for it. Man, oh man, oh man. Do I want to do that yet? I still kind of don't like it. I think I'm going to play this here. Alright, I'm going to wait on bouncing this until he starts committing to it. Alright, that's a good draw. Maybe now I will bounce it, but let's cast this looting. I could get rid of this. I think I like getting rid of this here. Graveyard that. Jeez. Alright. Man, I don't want to bounce this card, but I might just have to. Just to get it out of the way. Could also looting again. Those are the options. Those are the options for me. I guess if I hit more birds, this is insane. I really don't think I'm supposed to borrow yet. I need my opponent to commit something into that. I don't want to get rid of both heats, but I am going to get rid of one. And then I think I'm going to get rid of the land. And then I'm going to play this and go to combat. Three up. Go. Yep. Just helix your Caprador twice, baby. Let's go. Just helix it, attack me, so I can bounce it and blow you out. Please, go for it. Make that thing huge. I can't beat it. There's no way. Yep, you got it. Play another one. Oh, that's a negate right there. That is a negate if I have ever seen one. Tilt. Tilting. All right. Let's do this, I guess. Why is my mana not tapping? What is going on? Why is my clock moving? What is going on? Waiting for the server. Oh, man. A DC here is going to be so annoying. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Alright, we're going to try getting back in, I guess. Yeah, cancel. Just get out of there. MTG. Ugh, let's hope we can get back in time. I'm not confident. It's too bad. We have a really interesting game going on, and I'm low on clock, so losing the time is going to suck. Going to suck. And I guess we're just never getting back into Arena, so maybe it didn't matter anyway. We're also 8-2, but about to be 8-3, I guess, technically. Although this match is not going to come to an actual conclusion, I don't think, which is pretty stupid. Alright, can I get back with this opt on the stack? Okay, it looks like maybe I can. Nope. Just didn't even cast the opt. Oh my god, dude. Should have been on the bottom. My DRC shouldn't be dead. Yeah, just totally ridiculous. I'm going to lose to a negate now that I shouldn't lose to. Because they clearly helixed again and tapped out. And now they mutated. So we could have literally dealt with all of this nonsense. Yeah, whatever. We lose. That pisses me off so much. What the hell, Arena? Pretty annoying, but a pretty good sideboard plan from our opponent there for sure against red decks in this format. Can give him some props. I'm not. That's ridiculous. That loss is so garbage. We had such a good chance, I think. With our opponent tapping out, too, that means I just would have been able to bounce. Like, absolutely 100% could have just bounced his idiot. So that should not have been how that played out at all. But here we are. I'm going to play blue-red, I think, one more time. And then tomorrow we'll play some of the other stuff. And maybe work our way back to green-white again. I'm glad that at least happened now that we're in Diamond and not when we were Platinum trying to get to Diamond. That would have been so disgusting. Just a DC loss. We've got a Heat. We got a Borrower. I'm into this. Yep. Do I just kill this right away? Kind of hate giving my opponent cards, but like, if he puts a counter on this with anything, he's going to get a card anyway. So I guess let's just deal with this. You can have a card. I could wait, I guess. Snow covered is interesting, so that means they're mono white and probably playing Faceless Haven as well, I guess. Luminarch Aspirant. Killing that. You got a card. It's probably pretty bad placement of that counter. He should have targeted his Aspirant. Don't quite get that. I think I'm going to bounce with Borrower here pretty likely, so I'm just going to do this. Yep. God, dude, come on. Come on with this. I think man, oh man. Still just bounce this. Could also, I guess, consider and try hitting more removal. Maybe I consider and try hitting more removal. I could buy that. I could buy that. But then I'm not going to get to use this. The problem is this is just so inefficient. So annoying. Yeah, whatever. My opponent's just going to draw cards, I guess. Let's replay that, put a counter on the Esper Sentinel, draw cards, but at least we can hit removal off this, hopefully. Removal, please. Thank you. One of them into your hand. Which one do I want in my hand? Probably the looting. Looting into hand. No, actually. Maybe the Den into the hand. Den into hand. I already have 2 lands, though. One thing's for sure. I need to kill right now. So I guess I'm going to take the looting into hand. One of them in the library. This one. Exile one of them. This one. And I think I just shock and kill the Esper Sentinel. Could play this on red, but that's a little awkward the way my mana is, so. this. If you could stop playing Esper Sentinels, opponent, that'd be very kind of you and considerate. Had about enough of that. That's annoying. It's going to take my Drake almost for sure. Yep. Okay, that is not an Esper Sentinel, so I'm, I guess, okay with it. It's still very annoying. Okay. Another looting. It's a pretty awkward draw, honestly. Let's consider first. Do I play this on blue and then consider? That seems probably better. I don't know. Maybe I wanted to discard that, though. That might have been bad. Not 100% sure. Put that card into your graveyard. Yes, I would like that one into the graveyard, please. Another land. Okay, this. More birds! More birds! Okay, we'll take that. All the birds all the time. What on earth? I think I'm just going to leave birds back. I'm not trying to race right now at all. Just playing the long game here. So I'm just going to leave them back to block. Should stall my opponent pretty well. Next turn I can get back Ox, play land, get back Ox. Should be pretty good. Yep. Yep. What are you making indestructible with this? Aspirin, I assume? Mikaeus? What? What is this all about? That's pretty disgusting. What does this do? Remove a counter, put a counter. Okay, interesting. Opt. Do I even want to opt? Is that even good? Suppose it's better than not opting. So, sure thing. Although I did have Flash in Borrower, play Ox as an option. That may have been better, I don't know. Consider. Do I want to consider? I suppose hitting a removal spell is like just so good. If I can hit like a 1-mana, like a Unholy Heat. I don't even know if I have Delirium. I probably do. I almost certainly do. Play this. Consider off it. Just trying to find an Unholy Heat for this Mikaeus. Mikaeus is going to be a big issue. Lightning Axe works too. Well, actually, Lightning Axe doesn't work before I Ox. After I Ox, the Axe will be fine, but... What is going on? That card into your graveyard, yes. Okay, that's a pretty good one to pitch. Exile 8 other. 2 lands. How many sorceries do we have? 2 iterations, so I can get rid of one of those. And then, I guess just instants from here. Guess I could eat the other iteration potentially too. So I have the lootings. Unholy Heat unfortunately does not kill this right now. I don't have Delirium. Oh, I will though after this gets pitched. So we're good. Man, oh man, dude. Where is an Unholy Heat? Yeah, no attacks. Would have loved an Unholy Heat there too, because that would have let me get that last bird, but here we are. Next turn I'll probably just, I don't even know, Giant Killer. Sure. Play Giant Killer, put a counter on your team. I am in big trouble. Big trouble. Yeah. Killing the Ox was like a little awkward, honestly, but alright. I need to find an answer to this so badly. I think I'm actually just going to play a looting here and see what we can find. The dragon is pretty much useless at this point. Very disinterested. The land is pretty useless. Let's just do this. Okay. Like I said, I think the sprite dragons are pretty terrible here. I don't know. Maybe they can outrace my opponent, but I really don't think they're very good. I'll keep one, I guess. No, I really just think this card is terrible. Let's just get rid of both. It's just too slow, which is wild to say, but that's where we're at. Take action. I'm going to graveyard that. Okay, another bird. Well, I can looting and get back all my birds. So I guess that's fine. Crazy game. There's an Unholy Heat, finally. Alright, discard these. Play and shock my land. Unholy Heat this stinking Mikaeus with Delirium. 6 damage, please. Get 2 birds back. How frisky can we get with birds here? I can certainly send 1. I might even be able to send 2. I don't hate sending 2, I don't think. Maybe just 1. I'm never losing the long game here, so I think just sending 1 is very acceptable. I'd also just send 0, because for the same reason, I'm just never losing this game, I don't think, the long game. Yeah, no attacks. We'll just hang out. Just hang out with some birds, start playing Crackling Drakes, find an answer for this, and then just kill my opponent. Yep, alright. Really glad that I did not attack at all. Plays like that. That's fine. Yep. Sure. Time to just start slamming Crackling Drakes, I think. I could play this, but I'd almost rather just get this going. This one's just never going to get deployed otherwise. Yeah, let's just play this. Excuse me. Go. Go ahead, opponent. I agree. It was nice. Do I want to play that land? Probably. Go. Taps that. Can tap this, but that's fine. Not really feeling in a bad spot by any means. If my opponent gets too aggressive, I just get to block and then triple spell again, especially with the iteration. So this is getting double blocked, I think, for sure. Yeah, he can't even attack is the problem. Ooh, Spikefield Hazard. Doesn't kill anything right now, but... Alright, let's cast this iteration and see what we can hit. Sure. Put one of them into hand. I guess we'll put this land into hand. Gonna exile the Opt. Let me your library. This one, exile opt. Okay. So that's one spell. Do I want to opt right now? Seems okay. See if we can hit at least. Removal spell would be cool. Bottom that. Okay. I'm just going to play another Crackling Drake, I think. Just going to play another Crackling Drake. I don't need to do that right now. I'm just going to wait on it. They have tapped something. No reason to attack. Opponent probably has to eat one of the Crackling Drakes here, which is great, because when I find removal for that, I'll get a Crackling Drake back. At this point, it's just find that finale. Find things that can kill the Brutal Cathar. Sure, that's really annoying. I guess I can Spikefield Hazard that, though. So that's actually not a big deal. I'm just going to Spikefield Hazard that like right now, because he's probably going to name... He has to name Brutal Cathar. Cathar is like way too important to let die. Yeah. Tries putting a counter probably... There, sure, that's fine. I'm just going to kill this. Sure. They can attack with a Brutal Cathar for free. It's a free attack. It's probably the only attack they should make, but really, I will double block, absolutely. This doesn't make a ton of sense. I guess he can... No, he protected... Yeah, I don't know what this is. This is a weird play. Just letting me block with birds. I'm more than into this. Getting your guy off the board sounds good to me. Okay, that's pretty good, but we're going to wait on that. We're going to make sure we triple spell for the birds here. Sure. Opt. Nope. Okay, consider. I'll keep that, I guess. I can... Yeah, my opponent understands that they're just going to get buried. Just getting run into the ground until I find another answer. Anger, Fry, Abrade. Chandra's, like, okay. Dispute, Borrower, terrible. I don't think this card can really keep up with Mono White on the draw, so pretty sure this is going to leave. Ox of Argonis. Do I like Ox? Not really. It's pretty bad. It's like, it's okay though, I guess. It's a good thing to put in the graveyard, so maybe I do keep it. All that's good. These are a little clunky. I probably don't need 3. 2 is probably the right number in this matchup. And then do I want a Chandra? A Chandra might not actually be better than this card. It's pretty close. This card just says, kill me or die, which I kind of like. I do like that Chandra makes Delirium a little easier to get, though. Maybe Chandra over, like, one of the draw spells. Although these... Yeah, Chandra's probably not good. Probably a trap. You play it, you kill something, and it dies, which is about equally as bad as just play a Crackling Drake. So I think we're just going to do it like this. Finale can hit Anger in this matchup, which is sick. This card's kind of weak too, but I think it's better than not this. All right, let's try this. Ox is debatable. Let's see if we can 2-0 the humans guy here. This hand is probably awful. I don't know. It is close, but this hand's just going to lose to Esper Sentinel and Thalia very badly. I'm going to mulligan this. All right, this one plays Magic. Let's keep it. I think I'm going to get rid of the discard removal spell. The other ones don't discard, so pretty into that. Yeah, let's do this. Okay, it's fine with me. I think I want to consider on turn 1 rather than leave removal spell up. It's a little awkward, but if my opponent plays a Thalia, I will have wished that I just didn't use this. So that's a good draw. Now I get to do whatever I want. That's perfect. It's like the best draw in the deck. They play Thalia. I'm just going to consider. Thalia's Lieutenant, huh? Alright, I guess I'm just going to kill the bodyguard here, and then I can kill Lieutenant later. Kill this. Cool, 2 mana, 1/1. Yep. You showed me. 2 mana, 1/1. Okay. Play this. Say go. I'll Abrade first. Abrade is better than Fry. Because Fry will kill an Adeline maybe or something later. Aspirant. Yeah, it's fine. They should just target the Aspirant with this, I think. Honestly, maybe I don't even give them the counter. I'll give them the counter. That's fine. Yep. Kill this. Okay. Any reason to start firing these off? Yeah, there is, because if I hit a fast land, that'd be really good. Hit any land is going to be good because of this. Okay, that's a pretty good draw next turn. It's a pretty good one to have. I'm not going to bin that. Decline. And then play this on red. Could just kill that now, but no, let's just... If he plays a creature, I'll kill it then. Don't think I can really get blown out for waiting. Kill this. That's frustrating. But, do I even want to do this? It's not even that good, because I don't really want a land off it, and it draws him a card now. So I'm just gonna consider and pay on my opponent's turn. Try and find anger. Maybe I'm supposed to consider on my own turn because I can hit Darcy, but that's fine. I'll take 3, I guess. I will pay 1. I will pay 1. I'm going to... The card itself is really good, but I don't think I need 2. 1 should be fine. Let's just get rid of this. Okay. I'm just going to play this here, I think. Can iteration later. Don't know if they have an answer to it or not, but I'm fine with it either way. Also going to play a land in case they're playing Mana Tithe or something ridiculous. Play this. Draw a card. They could, like, Fateful Absence it, I suppose, but that's alright. They can give me more cards. A-okay with all that. Okay, that's pretty good. It'll deal with this Thalia or Esper Sentinel, depending. I feel like they have to have something here, right? They can't just have nothing. Maybe they have the phase-out creature in their deck? Brutal Cathar. Okay, this is dying, and I'm getting another trigger. I'm just going to leave you with the Sentinel and the Thalia. I don't care. I'd like another card. Just make you deal with this again. I'll pay all the mana you want me to, boss. Okay, so do this. Pay the 1 for Sentinel. Could do this on my opponent's turn, but I am a little worried about... the phase-out creature being in their deck. With the way they, like, paused last turn, I'm just going to be safe. Let's just kill this. I will indeed pay 1 mana. Get my idiot back. Trigger, draw card. Now that I've paid through this, I could opt right now in case I hit a DRC, Dragon Rage Channeler. But I'd also just wait. I wouldn't want to draw a Channeler here anyway. Whatever, we're just going to opt. Bottom this. Okay. That's, I mean, just going to be a 3-2 probably, but... well, we finally found a spot where this iteration is going to be pretty good. We have enough mana where we can pay the tax on Sentinel and hit a creature. Okay, that's annoying, to say the least. God, dude. Straws have been really bad. We had a good start, but... Alright, one of them into my hand. I guess Ox is going in my hand, and the opt is going to probably go to exile. One of them into hand. Ox. One of them into your library. I could just, I guess... Maybe this is better, actually. It goes to the graveyard, so it probably is. One of them into my library. I guess we're going to put opt into the library. Exile this. I still haven't even played my land yet, which is straight fire. So let's do this. Are you kidding me? What the heck, man? I guess this, like, has some amount of text. So I'm going to play that as my land this turn. Discard bird and a land, I guess? I don't even know, man. This is stupid. Probably the Steam Vents, I guess. Just natty drawing 15 lands over here. Just natty drawing 15 lands. It's like been about that too, right? One. Right, maybe not that many, but feels like it's been 15. The last few turns especially, it's been tons of lands. Sure, that doesn't stop anger, so I don't care. I don't even know why this is in the deck. It stops literally nothing. Opponent thinks he's playing standard. This gives me the best chance to, like, hit an anger. I could still maybe hit an anger, and it would be insane. So maybe that's the play. And then I probably actually let this draw a card. I can discard this and still cast this as well. So that's probably going to be my line. I think I just have to let my opponent draw it. Because I need to be able to cast anger if I draw it. So decline. Okay, well, I can discard these, and then I can Lightning Axe and Consider here. So it's still quite good. I think I'm just going to bin that. Not interested. Good lord, man. All right, Lightning Axe. Question is, what do I kill? I think I just kill this and get a 4/4 blocker. I can play through the Thalia and the Sentinel just fine now with all this mana, so... This. Pitch a land. Kill your idiot. Trigger some birds. Go. Now, of course, I'll draw Anger that I have 2 birds in play, but it is what it is. I feel like we're in pretty reasonable position right now. Pretty reasonable. Esper Sentinel. You got it. This being type God is nice too, because the 2-drop won't put counters on it or anything. Fateful Absence, my 4/4. Give me a clue. You got it, man. I mean, I could just double block this. Double block Thalia. I like double block Thalia a lot. Raidane just doesn't even do anything. It's a bad attack. Don't think that's a good play from our opponent at all. Alright, well, I can play this. Play this, I guess, on red. Get back this Ox. This. How many lands do we have in here? At least 2. This. Just 2. Okay. Let's just eat a bunch of instants, I guess. Consider. How many iterations? We have 2. I only need 1, so... Yeah, maybe I still want... Yeah, I only need... Do that, and another instant, I guess. Those 8. Draw 3. Oh, yeah. All right, we're going to wait on this. This doesn't need to happen. It probably won't happen at all now, but... so I'm going to play an Opt. And I'll pay for the Sentinels. Trigger the DRC. Autopay. Autopay. Consider. Yeah, that's fine. Bin that. We'll keep the Fry. And I'm just going to kill that Raidane, I guess. Another Darcy seems okay too, honestly. Yeah, whatever. We'll keep it. Get a bird back. I think I'm just going to send in 1 bird here. I didn't realize I don't have Delirium anymore. That's pretty annoying. Just going to send 1 bird. Don't want to get too crazy. Opponent's like way behind. There's no reason to do anything nuts. Yep. Forgot I still have a clue here too, which will be really nice. Just another card in the bank. Sure. Those are 2/2s. Maybe I was supposed to let the Raidane live, honestly. These are like more annoying. Well, let's play this. I'm tempted to just fire up Den of the Bugbear here. Fire up Den, attack. with probably this and a den. Honestly, yeah, it seems kind of good. I'm just gonna do that. I can pop Clue on my opponent's turn. If I just send like this should still be a pretty maybe just like that. Attack with these, see what my opponent does with this. Blockers, you're there. Oh yeah, Hullbreaker Horror looks pretty cool. My opponent does not block the 1/1. Okay, thanks. I could hit another Darcy here. I'm actually going to activate this. Yeah, we'll play that. We need mana to pay through these Sentinels right now, I guess, so. Sure. You got it. Opponent's not in a particularly good position. Really? Okay. Eat this. Trade with this. Actually, I might just want to trade this off because then I can anger way more reasonably. Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. Probably setting up for an anger turn. What? Am I dead? No, there's no way. Yeah, I double blocked. I was about to say, what? No way. All right. Do this. Oh. I think I like this block the most. Makes my anger a real card. Okay. So anger, pay 2, don't let them draw. I could attack, but I don't like that. Let me just get another bird back. Anger that away. Now I can looting. Right, because I still have another bird in here. Yep. Okay, looting. Discard these, I guess. Looting again. Or do I just Ox? I could just Ox. I think I looting again, though. The Unholy Heat is some nice insurance here. No attacks. No reason to be risky about it. Sure. Just kill your guy. Dragon Rage. Ox. How many lands do we have? We have 2, 3. Opponents had enough. Makes sense. They are very dead there. We outlasted them. It was a tight one. was a tight one. Good battle there with Mono White. All right, everybody. Thanks a ton for watching. That's going to be it for me today. If you enjoyed the content, give my team, Swish Gaming, a follow on YouTube. SwishGaming.com is our website. The Swish Gaming on Twitter, Swish Gaming on Facebook, The Swish Gaming on Twitch. We will be back at it tomorrow with some more historic. Blue-red felt very good. Green-white felt very good. Honestly, every deck we played felt pretty good. The mono-red deck, I just didn't like the matchup with food specifically. But overall today, we were like 9-2 with that Game 3 where we got kind of screwed out of it by Arena. So who knows? I think we had a very real shot that game, though, especially if our opponent was end-step Lightning Helixing. That means we would have been able to bounce around the negate. So, I don't know. It was interesting, but I'm going to call it a 9-2 day.